I always thought the synth bass in this song sounded kind of funny. Is there music playing? What do you think? Now I'm gonna blow out your eardrums. Hello? Hello? Is somebody typing in the Discord responding to me on stream? What kind of question is that? The heck? That's a fucking great idea? That's not a great idea. What? I'm not gonna... In 2 seconds, I'm gonna look away from Discord for like an hour. And then I'm gonna miss all of it. I'm so tired, man. I had a late night last night. Get in your messages before you look so late. No, that's not how that works. It's just go to chat. That's where I'm looking. That's it. I'm switching. I'm going to the Patreon channel. Now the only people I can see in the Discord are in the Patreon. You've all been dono-walled. All of you trying to talk in the Discord.
Year and a half of membership. Holy crap. Bald.
I thought that was going to say that's wild or something like that at the end, not bald. 18 months is wild, though. Thank you for the 18 months. You forgot to drink coffee and had a headache and slept all day? That's one of the worst things on the planet, as someone who drinks like a gallon of coffee to start his day. Welcome in, gamers! Today we're going to be gaming. We're going to be gaming. Sorry, my throat is kind of goofed. What? It feels like my seat is heated. You know what it is? You know what it is? I have this big-ass winter coat over my chair, and I have a coat on, and I think I'm, like, double layered up with the heat on. I feel like I'm 90. It feels like it's 90 degrees. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Don't read that. Don't say that out loud, TTS. Oh, thank God. Thank you for the 2 months! I really did not want the TTS to say that. Can you act like Twitch chat is discussing cannibalism so that YouTube chat gets confused? But you guys aren't discussing cannibalism. You're discussing something close, adjacent to cannibalism. But not cannibal, like something demonic. Someone wrote their writing backwards. I don't know what it's... I tried to read it, and I can't really make out what it says. It's kind of weird. It looks like another language. But it's not cannibalism. My week was full of events. A kid screamed at me. I almost killed a grandpa, and yeah, I don't know, that's it. What are you, me? YouTube chat is always confused? This is true. I think this is a community of confused people. And I think I am a reflection of my community. Hello, welcome to the stream. The loudest Chris there's ever been. Am I that loud? Am I loud? Is the audio okay? I like looking at both and reporting to both sides like a spy, but kind of a sloth spy. That's not like a spy, that's like a narc. That's a damn narc. Yeah, I like reporting to both sides. You mean telling on people? You moderator? I'm on max volume, I don't know. I can't hear anything. My eardrums are exploded. Narcs and spies are the same thing. That's kind of true, actually. They try to... Okay, this is what they did to us as kids. They showed us spy movies and tried to make narcs cool. That's what they did. And we're all trying to act like, oh, it's dun, 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 dun. That guy was a narc. Snitches get stitches. Thank you for the membership. That profile picture on David, who just got the membership, I've not seen that photo in like 20 years. That just broke my brain, I think. What is Chris's final form? My final form is like decrepit old man. And I don't mean by like age, I mean that's literally my final form. I'm like Frieza. First I get really like big and scary, and then I shrink back down again, but that's when I become decrepit and scary looking. I looked into a crystal ball and I saw an old Brooklyn man. And he was saying things like, I got this slice of pizza. I roll it up into a ball. And I eat it with my hand rolled up in a ball like a big cheese ball. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Your mega is the Boston window man. Don't say that. Don't say that. This is the most talking I've done in like 24 hours. I got a small tale for you guys. I'm very tired today because yesterday I was in the hospital all night. After basketball, I was in the hospital until like midnight, which stunk. That sucked. Why is it only your streams that use the ads? I don't know why. I thought maybe, I had a sneaking suspicion it was maybe a setting, and I found no setting. I never changed anything. How's your lungs? They're better. What happened was like 3 minutes into me playing basketball last night, I couldn't breathe anymore. And then I started coughing uncontrollably to the point that I was gagging. And then I said, I'm a big tough guy. So I sat on the bench and stayed for the whole game. And my dad, who runs the league, came up to me and was like, you gotta go to the hospital. I was like, do I? I don't want to go to the hospital. He was like, do you need me to take you? And I was like, no, I'll just drive to the hospital. So I drove to the main entrance of the hospital. It was the middle of the night. And the main entrance wasn't open. They're like, you gotta go around back to the emergency room. And me being stupid, I was like, that's a short walk. And then I went all in like 30-degree weather in a basketball jersey and shorts. I went all the way around the entire hospital coughing my lungs out. Aren't you scared of driving? That's a myth! That's like Paul Bunyan. Okay, that's a tall tale that I'm scared of driving. That's what my coworkers want you to think. Why didn't you let your dad take you? Because, look, I didn't think it was that bad. And I still don't think it's that bad. Because the reality is, I basically have asthma. And my brother had asthma when we were kids, so it's not like super surprising to me. It's just weird that it happened and I'm 29. And I haven't had it till I'm 29. What is wrong with you? I just said what was wrong with me. So I got an inhaler today. And I've still been kind of coughy, but since I got the nebulizer or whatever the hell they call it. Why do they name it that, by the way? It's like a thing you stick in your mouth and they blow oxygen and this drug into your body that you breathe in. And they call it a nebulizer. It sounds like something that like Gen Alpha kids will be smoking. It sounds like galaxy gas. Cannabis drug. I'm not. This was 24 hours ago. And then they made me do like a thing where they hooked up. Here's the part of the story I didn't tell the mods because they already know some of this. When I was sitting there, the nurse came over and the nurse was hot. Okay, I had a hot nurse, and she said she had to hook up a bunch of like electric wires to me or something. I was like, oh, okay. And then she said, pull your shirt up, get your tummy out. I've never been more embarrassed in my life. I pulled my schlubby little tummy, my chubby little thing out. She didn't actually say tummy. And she had to hook up wires to me, and I went, oh, sorry if I smell. I was just playing basketball. I was horrified. She probably is completely desensitized to it and probably does not care. I was horribly embarrassed. The thing is, it's such a busy hospital that they had to make stations in the hallway. So I'm sitting in a hallway with my little chubby belly out, and a bunch of wires hooked up to me doing this with my shirt. It was horribly embarrassing. And then I got my blood drawn, and they were like, okay, maybe there's something abnormal here. And I went, don't say that. They're like, sorry for scaring you. It's probably fine. And I went, don't say that. And I was there all night. And it turns out it was probably just asthma. So now I have an inhaler. You being smelly deaf isn't the worst thing they've smelt. For sure, that's true. 100%. But it's embarrassing. I'm a good smelling guy in general. Could put an apple on that tummy shelf. I don't look that pregnant today. I thought maybe because I ate a burrito bowl, but no, I don't look that pregnant today. Yesterday, though, I had a stummy. Yesterday, for sure, I remember looking in the mirror when I was changing, and I was like, I have a stummy. Don't talk about my belly like it's my intestines.
I'm convinced your life is a compound of chaotic stories that people say to sound interesting. For you, it's just Tuesday. How much isn't embellished?
This is real! What do you mean? Thank you for the $5. This is real. I was giving lifetime updates to the mods in our mod chat. There was a bit that I was doing. I actually made a good joke out of it with my coworkers because I was playing against. Remember when I told you guys in my first scrimmage for basketball, there was a little guy who like dove into another dude and then hit his leg so hard he was out for the season? Remember when I said that? I was playing his team last night, so my coworkers were like, if you go to the hospital... And then I actually sent my location at the hospital to my coworkers and went, yeah, I played the little guy. With no context. Even though I had nothing to do with it. I'm sweating. You made a good joke? Now that's the hardest part of the story to believe. Don't hurt my feelings, they're fragile. Come on now. If I start yelling, I couldn't breathe last night. If you get me yelling, I might stop breathing. Okay? And then we'll get the bit from last stream where I'm laying on the floor to happy, goofy music. Man's is greased up already. I really am sweating bad right now. I don't feel too good. Today we're doing XD shinies only again, and I need the Eevee. I need to get the Eevee. If I don't get the Eevee today, what are we doing? We've been doing this run for a year. We haven't been doing it every week, but we've been doing it for a year. And all we've gotten is a shiny Salamence, which is uncatchable. It's useless. Stupid. I bet you'll get the Salamence before Eevee. I already have. I've already done it. It's already happened. Get it again. Maybe if you had done it every week. Perhaps. Chris just wants to play the game. This is all I want to do. I just want to get the Eevee because then I have to get the Teddy Ursa and that's going to be worse. No, it's not going to be worse. I think the time is shorter for the cutscene versus the not cutscene that you have to wait through to get Teddy Ursa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I might have to, if we get Eevee today, and that's a big if, I might have to look up how the mechanics work again for battles, because I can't remember if you have to catch the Pokemon to find out if it's shiny in XD or if that's a Coliseum only thing. It's a huge if. Let us play the game. I've been so good. It was my birthday. I only want one thing. And that's to never do Feebas Friday again, but I also want a second thing, a little less, but still a lot, and that's to catch this. Make it Umbreon. Umbreon is probably the best EV shiny, but we got to think about gameplay too. Because I got to beat the game with shinies only, and there's no world I'm catching like 10 shinies. Technically, speedrunners do Espeon plus Teddy Ursaring, and they call it a day, but I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to do speedrun. I want to catch more than 2 if I can. Plus, don't we have to get the Lugia, or can we kill it? Goji, hello, welcome to the stream. That's no fun. The funny button is going to be in my hands tonight. Maybe we decide based on the nature? That's a good point. Except it's never going to be Flareon. It will never ever be Flareon. I think it's probably going to have to be Jolteon or Espeon, no? Even though they're kind of bad in terms of shinies. You should get a shiny Feebas and Poketoo. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. Can't help you there. Don't know what that is. You don't kill Pokemon, you knock them out. I kill them. You might knock them out. I kill them. I'm just, you know what? Let's just open it because things start here this minute, and there's no difference between watching the cutscene over and over again until we get Eevee and just talking. Why am I this far to the side? Somebody do something. That's better. That looks more normal. Chris's Pokemon may hold back, but that's what he has the knife for. I don't need a knife. What are you, crazy? Look at how bony
Real
my
talk,
hands are.
I'm glad you're alright, big man. Less than 3.
Less than 3? Thank you for the $2. That's kind of you. Thank you, Tris. I'm fine. I just have an inhaler now. I thought for a split second it might be funny to pull out the inhaler and use it for a bit today on stream, and I was like, I shouldn't do that. I was like, I don't exactly know what's going on with me. This is like their best bet. If it works when I'm like not feeling well, then sure. I don't think I want to just do that for a joke unless I know I'm okay. Maybe I'm superstitious too, though. Maybe I'm just being weird. Pull out the nebulizer. Yeah, it gave me strict directions, and it costs money. So I'm not all that into using it for a bit. Is it a big honking one? No, I think it's a little one. The box is like this big. I haven't opened the box. They look bigger in the cartoons when they're like, look at this fucking nerd. Why do they do that, by the way? They should make, now that I'm guy with asthma, they should make inhalers cool. They should make them cool. How do I reset in this one? Isn't it these buttons? These buttons? That's it. If only we got to keep the shiny Salamence, it would have been huge. Inhaler vape. I don't think that's how that works. Do you think Feebas gave you asthma? I mean, there's a chance. There is a chance. I did notice, like, my watch was telling me when I go on runs, it's like, your VO2 is bad. And I was like, that's weird. How come I'm not getting that much oxygen in my blood? What's up with that? And then every week for basketball, I've been like, man, I'm fatigued. It turns out I'm just not getting air. More like a vape-shaped inhaler. I get the elf stick asthma inhaler with the Buterol or whatever it's called. Have you tried breathing? I sat down at the doctor's and they said, well, you can't breathe? Grow up. How about that? What are you, a baby? You don't know how to do basic functions? Grow up. Dumbass. How many times have you gotten that joke so far? Not many people are aware that I have asthma now. Not a lot of people. I mean, I guess all of you are now, though. Have you tried not having shitty lungs? Hurtful? Hurtful. The doctor did say that too, though. He did ask me that, and I said no. Actually, I said yes. And he said, oh, okay, let's try this then. I'm not putting shit in my lungs. I'm trying to breathe. Okay? I'm just trying. You know what's weird, too? Is at the same time I was there, my boss's kid, who's the same age as me, was there because his lung collapsed. He was explaining that to me yesterday, too. He was like, yeah, I have to stop at the hospital today for my son. And I was like, that's horrible. And he was like, my son's lung collapsed. And I was like, that's horrible. And he was like, it's the second time it's happened. It happened in high school. I was like, that's crazy. And I don't think... I got a feeling that maybe his kid smokes or vapes, and he's not aware. I think he's not aware. But that's still not fun. That is still an awful experience, and not something... Like, you have to get, like, surgery for that if it's bad enough. If you combine 5 Nights at Wario's... what? Huh? Can I put my shirt down now? Oh, and I got an x-ray of my chest. What happened was when they put the wires on me, like all the shit on my nipples and stuff, when I alligator clipped up my nipples, They said, hey, some of this came back kind of abnormal, buddy. And I went, don't scare me. And they went, no, I'm not trying to scare you. It's totally okay. But I don't think it's okay. So we're going to do an x-ray, and then we're going to do lab work, okay? And I was like... And then this lady came in, this elderly lady with, like, this rolling x-ray machine. It's, like, this big... It looks like a giant snail made of mechanical parts. And she was immediately like, this isn't going to work. Your sweatshirt has 2 bearings on it. So what I need you to do is I need you to pull it up, and I need you to bite it. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, you got to bite it. And then I lifted it up, not willing to bite it to save my embarrassment. And then she said, no, you got to bite it. Your hands can't be there. And I went, okay. And, like, biting it, like... And she's, like, telling me a story while she's doing it. Which I think it takes, like, a second. So I think she's just telling me a story while the sweatshirt's in my mouth, not clicking any buttons. And she's like, one time I had an elderly man who came in here with a Henley shirt, and he had several bearings on it. So I said, sir, you got to take off the Henley. And then he had an undershirt. And I said, okay, that's fine. And I took the x-ray, and I looked back at it, and don't you know there's a giant anchor? And I'm like, she's like looking at me like I'm supposed to laugh, but I have a sweatshirt in my mouth, so I'm like... She's like, yeah, so he's got his big chain on, and it has anchor so flat, it's like this big. I can't laugh. I got a sweatshirt in my mouth. I just wanted to take the x-ray so I can go home. Why not just take the hoodie off? I don't really know. It was kind of a weird situation. Can you provide image proof of the sweatshirt biting? I think the sweatshirt's still in here. I just wore it last night. It's my white one I wore on the last stream, I think. Why are you so socially awkward? I had a sweatshirt in my mouth. Did you want me to, like, start doing stand-up? What do you mean? The doctor who said things were abnormal, though, felt bad immediately because usually when I go to the doctor, I'm pretty calm and I'm exactly like I am on stream. Like, they pull out the nebulizer and I'm like, oh, that's quite a doohickey you have there. And they're like, oh, you wouldn't imagine how long it took me to learn to put this together. I'm like, yeah, that's quite a contraption. And then they're like, and things are actually looking abnormal for you. And I immediately go, okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Like I'm at work. I've only been scared of the doctor when it's a hot, attractive lady. What was the flavor profile of the sweatshirt? It was kind of like that of a knapsack. Or a sock. Nebulizer is the vape thingy, right? The nebulizer is like this tube thingy they put in your mouth, and it gives you oxygen and butyrol. So it is kind of like a vape. And then you have to sit there for 10 minutes straight just going... Usually, if you kind of chat with the doctor, kind of like a normal person, then it's kind of like a normal experience until they touch your balls. Welcome to the stream! What timing on that? Welcome. Would you season your sweatshirt ahead of time next time? If I know I gotta go get an x-ray on my chest, I will definitely put a little paprika and a little bit of parsley on my sweatshirt to give it a little spice, but a bit of that Italian taste. I feel more at ease with women doctors, oddly. Men doctors are more older, they're Dr. Mike. I had a dude doctor, and he was actually kind of chill. He was like a young guy. He had laryngitis, so his throat was all like messed up. He was making jokes about how his throat sounds messed up. He's kind of a ow! He's kind of just a dude. And then because I'm in a hallway, like across from me, like new patients are coming in, and they're just sitting across from me, and we're making eye contact. It was super weird. And one guy came in who was just like a fuckboy. I don't know if this is like a illegal thing to share information about a patient in a hospital. But he's like, oh man, I was just out drinking and I dropped the glass. I went to catch it and it like cut my finger. Doc, you gotta tell me, man. Please don't make me do stitches. Can we please do glue? And my doctor came over to him. He's like, yeah, we can do glue. That's fine. He's like, oh, doctor, you saved my whole night, man. My family's a bunch of doctors. They're all chill. They said I could probably glue it. You just made my whole night, man. Fuck. That's what he sounded like. That's not my rap voice. My rap voice is like me barely opening my mouth. I'm like, I do like a 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4, butthole. Those people across from you saw your nipples before they knew your name. I was really glad that nobody was sitting across when they had the fucking alligator clamps on my nipples. I'm so glad. The only person who saw it was the attractive nurse, which was probably the most embarrassing thing that could happen, but at least it wasn't like a complete stranger that didn't say any words to me. Who is not used to seeing my schlubby tummy or people's schlubby tummies in general. Did I
Currently
hear courage?
watching Transformers on the toilet.
That... Thank you for the 20 months. I waited 20 months so I could send this in chat on TTS. Do you reckon they got you to put your sweatshirt in your mouth so they could laugh about it? Maybe. There's a solid chance. They said they didn't want 2, like, loops to show up on my chest. But I could have just taken the sweatshirt off. It was kind of hot in there, like I was sweating. It was like 75 degrees in there. I've never gotten stitches, or at least I wouldn't remember if I got stitches, because I haven't gotten an injury that bad since I was a kid. And the only other time I got an injury that bad, I didn't do anything about it, like a dummy. So I wouldn't even know. That was the first time I ever got my blood drawn, though, because I've always been squeamish about it. And then I actually did it, and I was like, oh, that actually isn't bad at all. Do your doctors know you are bald? They didn't write it on the sheet, which I thought was weird. You had stitches in your mouth and head? That's freaky. That would freak me out. I'd feel like Frankenstein. Sorry, not Frankenstein. Frankenstein's monster. I don't mind needles. Obviously, I don't wake up and go, I hope I get a needle today. But I don't mind it. I can get a shot, no problem. You were promised finally aged bologna. Where do I submit? I thought they said, where do I submit my clam? I thought that was the craziest message of the day. The bologna's not gonna come until the end of the stream, so you gotta just hang tight and watch the entire thing if you want to get the bologna. It was my first time taking blood. I'd never done it before. I never ever done it. I ran a blood drive once at my high school, and I didn't give any blood because I was too, grossed out by it. Like, the idea of the blood leaving me was really gross. And then yesterday, I saw them fill up, 9 different capsules of my blood, and I was like, oh, cool. No, not even for, a checkup. Never have. Never have. But now I did, and I saw all the results. I'm not that healthy. In fact, I think going to the doctor to figure out... Oh my god. Sorry, this might happen a lot tonight. To figure out what was wrong with my breathing just raised more questions than it answered. Everyone's required to take it since you were born? I don't know. They strongly suggested it to me once. They said, why don't you fast tonight and come back in for a blood test tomorrow so we can check if you have STDs. And I said... I'm a wonderful Christian boy. You think I have STDs? Welcome to the stream. I'm a good boy. What do you mean? I'm looking at the concurrent viewership, and it went from 20 to 10. Right when I said that. That's awful. I've never gotten pneumonia. I never want pneumonia. Wonderful Christian boy, how are you doing? How come I can't control the game? There we go. Sorry, I had to fix my GameCube. Oh! They told me, hey, the nurse told me I have really nice veins, and I didn't know if she was, hitting on me, or if she's a nurse and I just have big veins and therefore it makes her job easier. But she could have been, hitting on me. Chris is not a Christian boy. Absolute lies. He swears and stares disrespectfully at Pokemon. I did say I was gonna kill Pokemon, not faint them, kill them earlier specifically. It's a thing nurses say, but like it was different. Doctors are obsessed with veins. You're ugly. What the fuck? What the hell? You should take steroids? I don't want to take steroids. What should I name my own hack? It's about a dragon being used by an evil team called Team Scales. Call it Dragon D's balls across the floor. Why didn't my funny button work? No, my sound effect button didn't work. The whole joke is ruined. It was supposed to go boing. What the heck? Pokemon worm. Sorry, that's disrespectful. No, it wasn't the funny button. I have that right here on lock and load. I meant a funny button. Let me fix it. This is gonna sound weird for a second. Me. Done. Fixed. Solved. Fixed. I solved all the Earth's problems right there. By the way, anyone ever complains about being hungry again? Sorry, I already solved that. Grow up. The timing on that was actually nuts. Are we making the stream unwatchable again? What do you mean making it unwatchable? It's done been unwatchable. I keep this thing straight unwatchable for a reason. What should I get on my pizza? Are you... What's your spice tolerance? Thank you, beautiful Christian boy, for solving every problem ever. That's why I'm here. That's what we're here to do. We're here to entertain, educate, solve problems, and be really, really religious. With your face plastered in the bottom left corner, the stream is unwatchable. What the heck? What the hell a worm looks like? A worm with a Y is like a snake with wings. Or is it a dragon with no hands? I don't remember. I think it's like the hands are the wings. I don't remember. The California Reaper Pizza. I'd go for a Buff Chick. Buff Chick is my go-to if you have a good Buff Chick pizza at a local place. If it's one of those ones that just tastes like Frank's Red Hot, don't buy it. Do not buy it. Get some, like, fucking chicken barbecue garbage, if that's the case. Is your solution to world hunger just don't be hungry? When I said I can't breathe to the doctor yesterday, they said, grow up, get better lungs, get real. I'm just saying this could be the solution to everything that we're not looking at. We're not going to do a religion tier listing stream. We're not going to do that. I would like to keep my job and my YouTube career. You know what about the buff chicks? You're on one tonight, Chris. You're damn right about that. The tough love hospitals. My doctor is my dad. Is basically what that guy across from me said. But the joke would be more like, yeah, my dad said, he hit me in the other arm and said, does that hurt? Now you don't have to focus on that other one. My favorite religion is Pichéology. You see the joke, you see the joke, you see the joke, the joke is, Christian starts with Chris. Christianity. This is gonna be a weird stream. The anti-Chris? Yeah, you could argue that if you're in chat and calling me bald, you're the anti-Chris. You could argue that. Why the Italian hand? What is that the religion? Italy? That just looks like I'm doing something weird when it's that angle. That just looks like I'm being weird. No, it's my hand. My hand looks... I'm putting my hand down. Last time I went to the hospital, I was like, hi, sorry to bother you. I think my gallbladder is exploding. And they were like, well, you're right. Surgery sound. That's brutal. I went in and I didn't know if I was in the right place because I don't go to the doctor that much, or let alone the hospital. So I walked all the way around the building in the cold, coughing my lungs up, and I go in and there's a guy at the reception desk and he just looks at me funny. I'm like, hi, I don't know what I'm doing here. I can't breathe. He's like, what? I'm like, well, I can breathe, but like when I was playing basketball, I couldn't breathe. He's like, okay, you should sit down. You try not coughing your lungs up? How about you try breathing, idiot? They probably do look at me weird in the hospital because I'm like 6'5" and by myself. And I'm like, I'm the problem. I'm the problem. It's me. I need help. I also felt like a dummy. The guy was like, he took out his stethoscope. And he was like, okay, now I'm going to just check like the noises in your body as they do. And he puts it on my back. And I realized as he's like putting it on my back that I'm sitting with gamer posture. I was in the chair like this. And then I didn't want to sit up because I was already that deep. And then I'd feel even weirder if the guy mid like stethoscope like saw me just go like when he touched me. Fully shrimped. I was really like I was one of those photos they do when they're like, this is humans in 50 years when we evolve into our desk form. Your height would make me insecure. I forget that I'm really tall a lot because you just get used to your height, you know? Like you look around and perceive the world and you don't know any better. So sometimes when I'm walking around, I realize everyone's shorter than me. And I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, wait, I'm really tall. But it's not often. You're like as IRL. But not the same age. I hope your hot doctor was like 4'11" and had to reach up her arms. And then they put me in a reclining chair. They sat me down in like just a chair you'd see in a living room. And I felt so weird about it. And then when they were doing the thing where they were like, pull your shirt up, pull out your little tummy. She was like, oh, this might be easier for you if I pull up the recliner. And then I started reclining and I was like, what's happening? I was like, this does not feel like I'm at the doctor. I'm in the hallway in a reclining chair. What's going on? Grow up and accept it. Judge people on the cleanliness of the refrigerator tops. I do, but I can't talk about it because nobody else talks about it. I will notice it, but I can't say anything to people because they'll think that's strange. But I'm like, I can see it. Sorry about it. I can see you've never ever wiped your fridge since you moved in. I can see that. Because it is strange? No. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Do you know any sappy alternatives? If you're doing a binary hack, the answer is no. If you're doing a decomp hack, the whole process is completely different. And some things are much simpler, and some things are equally as convoluted. Music, in general, for ROM hacking is pretty convoluted. Can you grab the Captain Crunch on the top of my fridge? I can't reach. Sorry about it, but I can't help you because your fridge is nasty on top. It's disgusting. You don't got a dust bunny, you got a dust elephant on that thing. And you need to do something about it. I can hear it. It's going... Clean it. You do see it every time you pass the fridge. That's real! Why you gotta be over a foot taller than me? I don't know. I drank milk. What do you want? I don't know how to do an elephant sound effect. Ow. Ow. The reason I can't reach is because the fucking Etsy lobotomy you gave me 6 months ago has had me stuck to the fridge ever since. I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna get fridges taller than Chris. I hate this room. It's a very tall room, which I like when I'm not on stream, and when I'm on stream, I don't like it because you guys think I'm short. It's a very tall room. I think it's like 11, 12 feet high. was a very convincing dust elephant noise. Thank you. Was it orange milk? Sometimes. Look, if you drink orange milk all the time, that's bad. But a little bit of orange milk now and then, now that can do some wonderful things for you. Okay? You want to talk about levitating? You want to talk about moving things with your brain? Drink a little orange milk here and there. At my old job, people would immediately go to me to get stuff off the top shelf because I'm like 6'1". My first job, other than like lifting shit and putting things up and down, my first job was go hang lights. We need this ladder for something else. Go hang up thing. We need this ladder for something else. Go unscrew light bulb. We need this ladder for something else. And that was my first job. I can move things with my brain, but that's scary, so I don't do it. You should make mashed potatoes with the orange milk and donate it to a church banquet and see if they can bring themselves to deny it. What do you... I'll just say it's cheese mashed potatoes. It's orange milk. It's delicious. Try it. Drink it. You'll love it. I'm not weird. You're weird. I think if it was radioactive, it would look like it was made of Monster. Or like Mountain Dew with a light bulb in the middle. Then they'd be like, that's radioactive. If it's orange, you could just be like, it's cheddar cheese. That qualifies as a hate crime? What are you going to evolve Eevee into? We haven't decided, but we need to be able to beat the game, and we're not going to catch many Pokemon this run, because every Pokemon we catch has to be shiny. So, I'm not sure, but I'm leaning towards Jolteon. My friend keeps showing me an embarrassing pic of me, and I might have to unsubscribe him from his life subscription. That's crazy. You should get an embarrassing picture of him, and then show it to other people, and be like, how do you like it? And then end the friendship. Because there's no coming back from that now that you have taken action. A booger boy? Look, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. We should pick the evolution that looks the coolest as a shiny. In this game, it's gonna be Umbreon, but Umbreon is probably the worst pick in the game. Other than Flareon. Flareon is the worst pick in the game. Speaking of booger boy, do you like your tags today? Did you write booger boy? We have... Bever chewed my charger. Teslas look like toasters. I was born in a Buc-ee's. Earned from Walmart and left total knee arthroplasty. I don't even know what that is. We should pick the worst evolution just to make the game harder. Why would we want to do that, though? Vaporeon might be better so you don't get walled by a bulky ground type. These are all double battles, though. So the thinking process is we either want something that combos good. Speedrunners do Espeon plus Ursaring because Ursaring gets fake tears and it hits physical. Or we want speed control, which would be Jolteon because Jolteon's one of the fastest Pokemon in the game and has moves like Thunder Wave. Why does Eevee look like that in this game? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We don't evolve Eevee. Now that would be crazy. That is nuts you wrote Bever. You're Zygarde? Are we talking about ZA? Wait a minute, I can talk about ZA. I have about 40 shinies in that game. And I've been watching the Papa Hefe videos, learning how to do the, how to max out Zone 20 so you can get a bunch of shinies. And I'm disappointed because he doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's all I want when I watch a Papa Hefe video. I just want to hear him do the numbers. That's why I come back. And he's not doing numbers. And it's sad. Shiny Eevee is better than any shiny evolution. Unfortunately, Eevee's like yellow in this one. Eevee isn't like grayish. It's going to be like kind of a mustardy gold. Pick Flareon because it's pink, but Flareon is the least usable. It's the most useless of all of them. Especially in Gen 3? Oh, I can't even use its physical attack power. I mean, I could do it. I never wipe, that's for sure. I don't know if I've ever had to write beaver before. Is there ever a situation where you have to write beaver down, the word beaver? Maybe if you're like one of those weird DeviantArt people? Does anyone want to see a picture of a cool worm? I wish that was with an O. I wish so bad that was worm with an O. I don't know why Flareon has high physical. I think they just wanted like a mix of different, like each of you gets a high stat. For Flareon, they were like, I don't know, fuck it. The Canadian beaver trade? I'm American. I don't know nothing about anything except a few things that are in America, but not many things. If you were a shiny Chris, you'd be that light blue that Psyduck and Mew have. I'll take that. That's big. That's huge. I could be like a Smurf. And I'm down with that. That's cool. What are they thinking with Flareon? I don't know. I can't tell you. Flareon has been treated bad too. They gave it guts and it can't get burned. They've given nerfs to Flareon instead of buffing it. They made Sylveon good. They made Espeon pretty good. They made Umbreon pretty good. They made Jolteon good. They made Vaporeon pretty good. And then they just made Flareon worse over time. You're American, but your last name is Piché? Yes, this is true. He's a beautiful Christian boy and American. I'm Christian and American. What are they going to do about Flareon in Gen 10? They got to fix the Flareon problem. And I think I'm here to solve it. They should give it... the ability... I don't know, that one that Meowscarada gets. I don't remember what it's called. Did someone buy the new Gummy Bear album last November 13th? Flareon's Japanese name is Booster. That fucking rocks. Don't say you're gray matter. That makes it way more gross. Nobody else on the planet was thinking that. Not a single person was thinking that but you. You can't be like, oh man, that made me think of poo-poo diarrhea that came out of my butt last night. And then expect everyone to be like, you're right, that's what I was thinking too. Your poo-poo diarrhea out of your butt last night. Nobody was thinking that. No people were thinking that. I'm twitching. I don't know if you're saying that. Oh shit, what's the name? I accidentally put in a name. What are we doing for the name? You know what? I'm gonna do Booster. Booster is the name. And if Booster gets us to start the game, that's huge. Are we almost? Oh my god, we are almost at the big 2,400. Give us the booster at 2,399. Give it to us. I've been so good. I just turned 29. I've been so good. I earned this. It's been a year. I was 27 when I started this one. That's not true. I was barely 28. Bip Tank is a crazy name. If Booster gets the shiny, you gotta go Flareon. Deal. I will do it. I will go Flareon if it's Booster. We're never gonna do Chub Rub. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. Imagine they gave me Salamence again. Imagine. And we didn't get Eevee, but we got Salamence. Come on, baby. You can tell right when you open the screen right here. Nope. Didn't happen. 2,400! 2,400! Technically, this has already taken more time in the grand scheme of things than Feebas. Feebas, we did more on a consistent basis, but Feebas lasted 9 months. This is month 12. This is the 12th month. But we do have less resets, I think. How many resets were on Feebas? I can't remember off the top of my head. We've done less, right? No, it's not Fire Blue Ultra Ruby. It's Leaf Red Ultra Sapphire. But you were close. No, you're good. Piché, stop. You need rest. I am a... Man. What's the most viewers you've had on a stream for this? For this specific series, I think like 50-something, maybe 60. In general, the most people I've had in a stream is upwards towards 200 at one time. Is this the game with the mega shark crystals? Why'd I read that? Why would I ever read that? Cheers. Why would I ever read that? I had the choice. I have free will, and then yet again, then I still did it. What about Soul Alpha and Brilliant Shield? No, that was a little later in the series in this game. What is a man but a pile of miserable secrets? Zapdos' Japanese name is Thunder, while Jolteon is Thunders. Thunders sounds like an actual game that you would give, or excuse me, an actual name you would give to a European person. And they'd shorten it to Durs. Jolteon has more thunder than Zapdos. That's kind of nuts. It's almost been a whole ass year since you popped in. Then you came in right around when we started this dang run. But don't you have like a few more months to go? Don't say almost. Articuno is Frieza? Is Moltres Goku? Brave Sword, Bronze Shield, and Downy Ultra Soft Gun. I'm a European person. I'm not called Thunders. That's what somebody named Thunders would want you to think. You'd go, my name's Durs. Meanwhile, your actual full name is Thunders. Nice try. You tried to hide it from us, but we all know. You can't hide that. It was December? That's a month away. Fred Thunders. That's fucking awesome. Fred Thunderst. If I could fit that many letters, I would name a Zapdos Fred Thunderst. If I could fit that many letters. Thunders H. Cockington. I feel like it would be like... The name would be like... Thunders Hendrikosaurus. That would be the name. I don't think I've ever watched sub Pokemon. Unless it's come up on social media. Today, by the way, I saw a heinous video on social media that got me angry. It made me angry. And it was a ad for a product that's being made with AI. And the idea behind it is you film 3 minutes of a person you love, and then they become on your phone, so that when they die, you can still talk to them. I think that's the most vile, evil thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't think I've ever seen a more evil business than that. That's fucked. That's just fucked up, man. Like, it like had a bunch of clips where they had, like, this lady's dead mom, like, comforting her while she's pregnant, and then meeting the son. The son grows up with the grandma that's just a fucking AI on the phone. And then he's gonna have a kid, and the grandma gets to meet the kid. That's not what's happening. That's like talking to ChatGPT. That was an episode of Black Mirror. That's messed up. Was it an ad in Black Mirror? Do you think it was just an episode of Black Mirror and I thought it was real? I want to make demon friends. I'm gonna take chat. And I'm gonna AI you guys and put you in my phone so I always have a chat. I'll be like 90 years old on my deathbed and I'll be like, am I cooked, chat? You guys can all call me bald. I've missed you. Quick, let me destroy my memory of you by having you give me directions to the city hall and you can send me straight into the lake. That's the craziest part. Is like, it's not them. It's just ChatGPT pretending to be them. Which is so messed up. That's so evil and disgusting. I hope that idea just gets shot down to hell. Don't say that, you'll have hair forever. Oh no! Don't AI me. You're like wiggling your butt. Don't AI me. Oh no, I'm gonna give you so much misinformation. Don't AI me. You'll never escape Chunky Tuna Water Gushers. I'll specifically leave that part out. What if we gave orphans ChatGPT parents? That's so messed up. That's so messed up. It's also deliberately targeted people who are in a vulnerable state. True! True! It's preying on people who are going through shit. Which is even worse. Like, you could have done, like, you film, like, a celebrity, and then the celebrity can be your friend on the phone. And that's still fucky and weird. But instead, they're preying on people who are dealing with loss and grief. Or the fear of loss and grief. I know you just met with the hospice nurse 10 minutes ago, but give me 3 minutes to record you so I can show you the new plushies I buy. You know they'd evolve it too, so you'd have like, in 20 years everyone's got like Google glasses, and you're taking like a shit on the toilet, and then your grandma comes out and is like, hi honey, I miss you. As you're taking the nastiest shit you've ever taken from eating a giant bowl of chili. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn my life into hell with that app. I'm gonna find like corporate CEO ass guy. I'm gonna work like a big job in New York, just to like talk to the boss for 3 minutes and have him be an asshole to me. And I'm gonna film him and I'm gonna make him my grandma. Both Chad and Chris are against us? Doing what? My man's is fighting ghosts. Now I'm against you. You just invented that right now. One of my sergeants have sunglasses already. He looks up at the heavens as if he's praying to his AI gods. Wait, you mean like the Google sunglasses? Those freak me out. I don't like that. I do not like that. Those freak me out a lot. Also, I just noticed I have these. You're welcome. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome. I don't like that. I don't like the AI glasses. I don't want people to have a camera always on them. I don't want people to like be driving and they have an AI in their eyeballs. I don't like that. I think it's a bad idea. They should make it so that the thing turns off if you're driving, and if you're filming, it's got to make like a noise. It's got to go like whoop, 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 and they got to make it so you can't do anything to stop the noise or it doesn't work. AI glass is so freaky. What normal, beautiful Christian person would want it? Why don't we just jingle keys and call it a day? You know what's cooler than AI dead people? Just go to the cemetery to hang out for a while. That's scary. That's frightening. They don't even have a good indicator of recording. That's what I've heard. I've heard it's like a light that turns on, but that could be easily fucked with. Like, I have black tape. Therefore, now I can record anyone I want to on the planet, and they'll never know. You're in the cemetery right now? Is that real? I feel like you could easily turn off, like you could finagle with the light and make it so the light doesn't work. I feel like that would be an easy finagle to do if you're like a creep. I would hope they have a safeguard where the light doesn't work, therefore your camera doesn't work. You could just get inside there with a tiny little glasses screwdriver and then loosen the light. This particular freak is recording everything. I think that's a great idea. Or better yet, just make it so the glasses don't record. Don't do that. Just don't add that to them. Don't make that a feature. Why don't we do that? You already have a phone with a camera on it. Why do you need it on your eyeballs? You weirdo. Man, that's making me want a pizza. My health is already in question, though. I'm not going to get a pizza. You almost lived in a house next to a cemetery? At one time, my family owned a morgue. My dad's uncle or something like that. And he had to spend summers there. We can't afford how much good points you're making. I'm going to redeem all my good ideas tonight, and then for the rest of the year, we're going to have none. All the way through December, there's going to be no good ideas. Do you still have it? No, I think the family sold it. I think they don't have it anymore. People need to see me ordering the Dubai Labubu Matcha Late Bacon Wrapped Muffin Cake Pop. I couldn't even say that. My body did everything in its power to not read that. I want to try that again. People need to see me ordering the Dubai Labubu Matcha Late... I can't say it. I can't do it. I can't do it. That's impossible. That's too many brain-rotten words. I can't do it. I can't say it. It doesn't want to come out. Dubai Labubu Matcha Late Bacon Wrapped Muffin Cake Pop. This is the hardest thing I ever had to do. Skivity Play We Fit Ohio I Riz 6'7". Chris is too old for that. I'm a young man. Okay. You say 6'7", I laugh. It's like food goes in, poop comes out. We need to go back to simpler times on the internet when bacon was the funniest food. I think bacon's in the cards for a comeback. I think it's in the cards for a comeback. I think we're reaching around to that time. I think in the next 10 years, millennial shit becomes funny again. I think it's going to happen. Because we're going to get too deep into brain rot, and then it's going to go backwards. It's like how mullets are cool again. You know what I mean? Did I hit this button? I don't think I did. Shit, what's the name? I didn't mean to hit new name. What's the name? Me getting blood work makes me old. I have a health problem. Okay? And I'm the bad guy? This stream is epic bacon. Okay, it's not funny yet. We're not there yet. Oh, Thunders is actually a good idea. Let's do Thunders. My coworker has a roommate and her name is Thunder. Short for Thunder Hole. But it's not what you think. It's because there's a place in Maine called Thunder Hole. But I think it sounds really funny. Only old people have health problems? You need to learn some things, Buster. Is she European? No, there's no S. Not a single S in that name. Why do you always want a different Pokemon Eevee as your starter Pokemon on this game? Oh, we're trying to get a shiny. They do say to point your buns up at the sky if there's a thunderstorm. They do say that. They do say get on your hands and knees like a little dog, you dirty little boy, and then point your butt at the sky. That's what police always tell me. Do you need pics of my kitten? That is a very specific question. You're more than welcome to put pictures of your kitten into the pets section of the Discord. As a European, I can confirm there's an S in every name ever. Why are European names all plural, man? Why can't even, like, they say Jacques. I'm like, oh, that must be like J-A-Q-U-E. And they're like, no, there's an S at the end. Where? Yeah, right at the end. It's because there's two. Pointing my buns at lightning is how I became Thor. And then a hammer came from the clouds and you caught it with your cheeks. Happy Bass Friday. Yeah, you're definitely European. People are confused. They think my name ends with S, but my real name is Christopher. So that's just not true. That's false information. They have maths class instead of math class. I'm telling you. Why does everything have to be plural? Why is everything plural? Because it's funny. Oh, not K-R-I-S. One of my bosses, whenever he types an email or he sends a text, it's not actually typed, it's just voiced. Like the push-to-talk thing. The send a message with your voice thing that he does on his iPhone. So every time he says my name in an email or a text, he always spells it K-R-I-S. And I'm starting to get a little offended. Just starting to get a little bit offended by that. Because my name's not Chris with a K. It's been years and this is still happening. Your legal name does not end in an S. You don't have proof. You're European. It's not K-R-I-S. You know what? I take it back. Get rid of the phones. Put the camera in the glasses. Start sending messages with your glasses. I want to type things using my eyeballs by doing this. I think that would be good. I think that would go better. You get called Aaron. At least there's a joke with that one. At least you can, like, reference Key and Peele. I can't reference Key and Peele. I can say Key and Peele starts with a K, but my name doesn't. You'd want it to be short for Christoph? I'm pretty comfy with Christopher. I like how long it is. It makes it very stern when someone says it. What work do you do other than professional PokeTuber? We talked about this last stream. I do video, as in video editing, content creation, animating, all that good stuff, 2D animation for marketing. And then I do coding for things like touchscreens and different whatever you need code for. And then I do sales of these things. And I do design work, like graphic design. I like how long it is. Referring to my name! You're sitting here waiting for the sales voice? I did the sales voice when the doctor told me I might have something wrong. I went from, what's up, what's that doohickey there, huh? To, yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Yes. No, that's totally okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Benjamin, does Benjamin sound formal? AA's initials is a cheat code. It does mean that when you put your name into the Pac-Man machine, you can type it really fast. I'm proud to say I only have one S in my name. Only one. Don't need more than that. Where did he go? What did he do? I was letting Danny take the stream for a second. Changes how I see you after meeting your persona, though, Delicious Peter. I'm Chris. I'm a goober. I'm a professional goofball. What if I told you, what if I said I did all these things and I was lying and I actually have to be a clown every day? I'm actually like in a traveling circus. And this is just a green screen. I'm always on the road and I'm actually in like a van right now. Does anyone call you Chrissy? There are people that I know that I see regularly that call me Chrissy and it makes me uncomfortable. I could see you being a clown though. Your clown name is Kush. What if Kush and I start like Barnum and Bailey Ringling Brothers? What would we call it? You're unironically the funniest streamer I've seen. Best take of the day. That's take of the day! We gotta VIP this guy. I watch an exotic fruit guy that travels the world in a circus. Second best take of the day! We're not VIPing you, but that was pretty good. You're a fucking weirdo, but that was pretty good. I would travel for that circus. Double C Threat. That's a horrible name. If you go to Double C Threat, it's either a metal show or it's like a cult and you're going to die. It's not a circus. We call it vitamin C, and we juggle oranges. And I always get injured. I always slip on one of the oranges and break something.
Hi Chrissy.
Hello.
Winking face emoji, tongue out emoji.
Why did you write that out? Why did you write out the words for the emojis? Thank you for the $2, but what you could have... It would have done the same thing if you just put in the emojis. I feel like you spent way more time. You know what? You gotta respect the hustle, though. Pizza's here. I support you in your endeavor, and I hope the pizza's delicious. I hope it's a very good pizza. It could be a cult and a metal show. Why don't they do the... Shit! Alright, what's the new name? I didn't mean to do that. What's the new name? Clearly you don't understand comedy. Comedy's my middle name, okay? I don't know if I've told you guys that, but it's Chris Comedy Piché. Chris Aaron Cult. That sounds like me and Droid doing a show together. Gilbort. Goober. No, not Chris Comedy Chris. It's Chris Comedy Piché. Let's name that. Let's name this uvula. No, let's name this. Let's name him Earwax. No, let's name him Wanzo. No, what are we naming it? Thorax. Thorax sounds like a drug. Umbama. Toax just made me throw up in my mouth a little. Name him Qdoba. What if we name him Ydoba? No, I want Adubba. Adubba. Elbow is a pretty good one. I don't think Anchovy Meister would fit. That's it. I'm committing fraud in Chris's name. He doesn't like Gilbert. You'd think you'd get away with it too, but they'd see my name and immediately arrest you. I'm not gonna explain why. There's no world Adoba gets this. No world we play a run with a guy named Adoba. No world we play a run with a name that was regurgitated by Courage the Cowardly Dog. At least better than people buying gift cards last stream. That was frightening. That was frightening for me. It's a 1 in 8,000 chance this is the world, and we're not in it. We're not in it. I promise we're not in it. I promise it. Adubba never gets the shiny. I told you, Adubba never gets it. Adubba ain't never gonna get it. I'll start a Pokemon playthrough and call myself Adubba and get every shiny ever. If you open XD right now, name yourself Adubba and get shiny Eevee, I will personally fly to your home, hand you a check for $500, and start crying on your porch. I will force myself to cry on your porch. But it has to be first try. What's up with the Mr. Beast Saudi Arabia theme park? What's up with that? What's going on with that? I saw that and I was very confused about what's happening. Can you cry on the back porch instead? I don't want my neighbors seeing you. Yeah, I get that a lot. I can do that. Yeah, Mr. Beast opened a Mr. Beast theme park in Saudi Arabia. Which is just fucking wild. That raises so many questions. Mr. Beast has a what? I have a question. If your stomach is not shiny of Pokemon, what will you do? A reset until you get a shiny or stay in your OG starter? I have to, this run is me playing Pokemon XD, but I can only use shinies. I'm not allowed to use anything but shinies. And we hacked it so that Shadow Pokemon could be shiny. Normally you can get a shiny Eevee in this game, though. That is possible. But it's starting to feel like it isn't. Look, XD is easy. Check this out. This is what I'm playing right now. This is the game we're watching right now. This is the disc we're using. I'm just gonna pop it back into my GameCube. Good. And all you have to do to get your hands, your grubby little dirty, nasty little fingers on this game is travel back in time to like 2005 and pick one up for Christmas because I had a bunch on the shelf back then. Are you playing without the disc in? Don't ask questions, just enjoy the stream. Is that a coaster? That's the disc! Been awake for 36 hours is crazy. You need to get to bed. I hope you sleep well and recover. Oh my days. You put your drink on the disc? No, I put my disc in the drink. What are you, dumb? Hey, it's me, Charlie. That guy just turned to sand? You're a tall guy. How do I get a tall guy to love me? Is it pizza? Tall guys do love pizza, I would say in general. I don't know. That's kind of an open-ended question. There's a lot of answers to that question. How do you play Mr. Muffin on the Nintendo 64 if the game never came out in Uruguay? Just try harder. Grow up. Get real. Being called dumb by a man putting his drinks on GameCube games is wild. My drink sits directly on the desk. Zach did a cameo in Has Been Hotel as a guy that lost everything on the slots. What was his character like? Did he scream? I almost did a cartoon with Zach Hadel back in 2015. I sent him an email and he was going to do voice acting. He was very nice. And then I never made the cartoon. You're going to ruin your desk's finish. This desk is an abomination and it probably needs to be thrown out. You could have been famous? I'm famous? That actually would have been next level, dude. I hit the funny button. I was making a show called McMuffin, I think is what I called it. But it wasn't spelled like the McMuffin, like the egg sandwich, because I think I would have gotten in big trouble for that. And I didn't really have an idea for it. I just knew I wanted this pudgy little kid who did wacky shenanigans and it was going to be voiced by Zach. That's all I knew, and that's not enough. I did write a cartoon, though, like a series with Pop Taffy, like a few years ago or something, and I really like that idea still. Maybe someday we'll make it. Maybe someday we'll make it, but I haven't done it yet. I haven't done a thing with it yet. I have a question. If I have a shiny Arceus, do you want my shiny Arceus? If you wanted, do you want to do anything to get it? I'm good. I don't need a shiny Arceus. You don't have to send that to me. You can hold on to that. But if you want to trade with the community, I'm sure the community would be happy to do some trading or battling. You have so many fun ideas, Chris. One time I thought I could put a quarter in my mouth, and if I got it just right, it would sit right over my throat hole. Maybe that's why I had a breathing problem. I actually almost choked on a quarter once when I was in second grade. That's what made me think of that. I put a quarter in my mouth just to see what it tasted like, and then it accidentally went to the back. And I started choking. Why does it feel like it's like 100 degrees in here? Did you die? I don't know. I could be in what's it called? Purgatory? That could be the case. That could be why I'm doing this. And none of you are real, and this is just like my sentencing for being dumb. Ever lick a battery? You ever put a fork into an electrical outlet? It tastes pretty good. Your epiglottis is a privilege, not a right. I don't know what that means, and it sounds scary. I'm afraid. That made, like, anxiety appear in my body for reading that. Because I'm not sure if that's, like, something in here, or if that's in my balls. And I don't know what I read out loud. It could just mean booger. I don't know. You definitely wouldn't be in purgatory. You'd go straight to hell. I would definitely be like... you know, like in Star Wars, when Luke can see the ghosts with the Force? I would definitely pop up as like a Force spirit for one chat member one time and then go right to hell, and I'd announce that I'm going to hell. And they'd have to live with that for the rest of their life. But not all of chat, just one person from chat. We're all dead and we're all currently in hell. Your epiglottis is the protection between your windpipe and your esophagus. Why did they put that in there? I don't want a thing called an epiglottis. Can I get rid of all the weird sounding things in my body? I don't want an epiglottis. I don't want a gallbladder. I don't want a scrotum. I don't want none of that. Get all the gross sounding things out of me. I want to be clean. That would be an interesting video if I got rid of my epiglottis. Chris has the gall to say he doesn't want his bladder. No, specifically, I don't want my gallbladder. Okay. This is the run. You get a test run. They tell you this when you're a little boy. They give you a test run, and then if you like it, you can get the tickles. I didn't like that joke. If you really didn't want it, you could take your gallbladder out. It'll make you shit through your toilet, though. What? What does the gallbladder do? Is that one of those things that we had because we were cavemen? Is that one of those things we had because we ate raw beef? Is that one of the things we had? Yes. No. What's the one that we have because we were cave people? It stops seagulls from entering you. Why do seagulls want to enter me? They can't enter me. I gotta get all the gross things out, and seagulls one of them. The appendix. It filters acid from your pee. It stores bile and helps you digest fats and grease better. Oh, I need that. I need that. I eat a lot of grease. I need that. I can't lose that one. I need that for sure. The seagulls are rapidly approaching you. What would you do if, like, I was in the middle of streaming? It was like a late night stream. Like, let's say it's 1. I'm kind of brain dead, like fighting a gym or something. I'm like... And then a flock of seagulls just appears and starts attacking me. I'm like, ah! Ah! They're like pooping and shitting and scratching my face. How do you react as a person in chat? What do you do? I'd be like, oh, it fucking smells! I'd donate a TTS to laugh at you. I would screenshot it. I'd clip it. That happened on the Minecraft server one time? You were playing Minecraft and a flock of seagulls appeared in your room. Is that what you're saying? I'd assume it was a planned bit. You had to gather 30 seagulls. You know what's... Ow! You know what's weird to me? Is I've seen, like, seagulls every day of my life. I've seen seagulls. And there's people who have never, ever seen a seagull. And it's not something I think about. And I bet to someone out there, a seagull is an amazing, majestic thing. Meanwhile, I see seagulls and I go, ew! Ah! Get out of here! Ick! I see a pigeon and I get excited. I see a seagull and I'm like, ah! They have rough kookaburras that pick your hair out. That's kind of cool, though. I like that. I support that for Australia. Subathon, but every sub takes a seagull out of your room. What about every sub adds a seagull to my room? I feel like the stakes are higher then. Pigeons are funny. They're just like these little dumb birds that go... Grrr, grrr. And then we had the Pigeon Man and Hey Arnold. How can you hate pigeons? We don't really have pigeons here, but we have a shitload of seagulls. Then there's these big seagulls. And they're usually like dark gray. And they're mean. They're like kind of violent. But you don't see them very much. They're not going to hurt you because they're dumb birds. But they're like kind of like, they're like, hey, back off. I live in New York, and I think I'm the only person in the city who thinks pigeons look pretty. I think they look pretty, and I've been to New York. I've been inside of New York, so therefore one time I was a person in New York who thinks pigeons are pretty. They have crows that have white vests. Why are they putting vests on the crows? We have a ton of pigeons in the Midwest and seeing them and squirrels fighting over fries. Is it wrong to give a pigeon fries? Is it a wrong thing to do? We get hawks sometimes. We get chickadees. And they're kind of obnoxious and annoying. Rev up those fryers! Pigeons are feral, not wild. You can literally just grab one and keep it. That's what Shal did. Shal has a pet pigeon. Raising Fire made an absolutely vile team for the Patreon hack. It will definitely be a pain to get through. That's good. That's great news. That's wonderful. I completely forgot how many trainers. There's like 90 battles in the Patreon hack that I have to do. 90 required battles. Including the double battle that isn't required. But if I have 2 Pokemon, it is required. So I'm counting it. Shal and his fiance have a pet pigeon. It's very sweet. Pigeons are just like cats. You can just grab one and own it. I was so confused because when we were in, I think this was in Philly, when Shal and his fiance arrived, they showed up with the pigeon. So, so we had a pigeon in our Airbnb the whole week. If you attempt to catch one, you can face jail time up to 20 years. I was lying about the pigeon. Shal doesn't have a pigeon. I was lying, obviously. Don't put Shal in jail. I definitely didn't put on the internet that Shal has a pigeon. That's just not true. And don't visit his house because it would be a waste of time and effort and energy. For owning a duck feather? A feather? Like if I find a feather on the ground and it happens to be a duck's and I stick it all Yankee Doodle like in my hat, I can go to jail? Are you sure this isn't like a state by state kind of deal? You can't tame wild animals without permits. That's how Peanut the squirrel died. You're telling me this squirrel had a name in the wild? You're telling me in the wild they called him Peanut? Or are you telling me that they tamed him and then he was Peanut? I want to look up weird state laws. Weird state laws. I wrote word. List of dumb laws. Alabama. You may not wear blue jeans down Noble Street. Bear wrestling matches are prohibited. Dominoes may not be played on Sunday. It is illegal for a driver to be blindfolded while operating a vehicle. You cannot chain your alligator to a fire hydrant. You can't drive barefoot. And you may not have an ice cream cone in your back pocket at any time. I think those are just. We have anti-peacock killing laws near me. Do you have peacocks where you live? We should all get pigeons and start a riot. Start a pigeon riot. What circumstances led to the ice cream cone law? Maybe they had like the ice cream cone bandit. And he was going around like robbing banks. This is back in the day. So he would line up the ice cream cones on the ground and spell his name with it so you knew who it was. Because he'd always get away with it. But the only thing they'd see when the police arrived was a man with a huge ass running off and there was an ice cream cone just peeking out the back pocket. The statute does not discriminate between live or dead birds and also grants full protection to any bird parts, including feathers, eggs, and nests. A March 2020 update of the list decreased the number of species to 1,093. That's wild. And Shal definitely doesn't own a pigeon. A man with a mustache is not permitted to kiss a woman in public. Well, I better not go to Iowa. In Alaska, even though it's illegal to hunt a bear, it is illegal to wake a bear and take a picture for photo opportunities. In Arizona, donkeys can't sleep in bathtubs. You will go to jail if you take your donkey and have it sleep in a bathtub. I don't want a bird in a P.O. box. You will go to jail if your donkey sleeps in the bathtub in Arizona. In Glendale, cars may not be driven in reverse? I'm going to assume that means like driving down the road in reverse. I'm going to assume that doesn't mean like backing out of a parking spot. I'm assuming that it literally means you're like driving in reverse. It must. Surely it must. In Arizona, it's unlawful to refuse a person a glass of water. I'm going to literally, next time I go to Arizona, I'm going to go house to house and ask for glasses of water. And if they tell me to fuck off and get off my property, I'm going to call the police. It's illegal for a horse to eat a fire hydrant in the city of Marshalltown, Iowa. I'm pretty sure Mass has some weird ones. What's in Massachusetts? At a wake, mourners may eat no more than 3 sandwiches. And in Boston, it's illegal to play the fiddle. That can't be true. That actually can't be true, because I'm pretty sure I've seen people play the fiddle in Boston. I'm like 99% sure I've seen that on the road. Like 99% sure. I've had someone come out to me in Boston on one of those giant 1920s bikes where the front wheel is enormous and the back wheel is tiny and ask me for money. I know I've seen someone play the fiddle. I know I've seen that in Boston. New York City, we have a, if you have the capacity to provide someone with water, you must law. What else we got in Massachusetts? It's unlawful to deliver diapers on Sunday, regardless of emergencies. And in Massachusetts, you have to have a license to wear a goatee. I know a lot of people breaking the law. Yeah, don't think, like, Berkeley School of Music is in Boston. There is surely fiddle players at Berkeley. Surely Berkeley has fiddle players. They're breaking the law every day at that school. In Marlboro, it's illegal to buy, sell, and possess a squirt gun. Silly string is illegal in the city limits. No gorilla is allowed in the back seat of any car. And snoring is prohibited unless all bedroom windows are closed and securely locked. Why would you have a gorilla in the back seat? I would give it the front seat. I feel like it would kill me if it didn't get shotgun. Also, I goofed again. What should we name it? I work at a supermarket in this holiday season. If we say we don't have it, please do not ask for us to check the back and get mad when we check and still don't have it. I used to, when I worked in retail, I used to love checking the back because I would just goof off and then come back and go, sorry, I don't have it. I'm going to do gorilla. Gorilla is the name. Gorilla. They're pretty chill. How do you know this? How do you know this? Do you have a gorilla? Because I think you're violating the Gorilla Act. Have you put it in your back seat? What about New Hampshire? New Hampshire has 3 weird laws total on this list. Seems like the most normal state. Except Montana has only 2. Which is surprising because I don't think Montana's normal. If a person is caught raking the beaches, which there is not many of, picking up litter, hauling away trash, building a bench for the park, or many other kind of things without a permit, he or she may be fined $150 for maintaining the national forest without a permit. I feel like in New Hampshire that kind of makes sense. They care a lot about their parks and their trees and their forests and all that good stuff. I feel like they don't want some weirdo coming in and actually like hurting the is it the ecology? I don't remember what the word is. The environment. Hope no one is from Montana. It takes them like 8 hours to get from city to city. What are they gonna come get me? They can't even get to the next town over. I'm fine. Did you say you code and do graphic design? Pretty much. More like digital design. Like most of what I do is for like social media or TV screens. But it's kind of the same thing. What else is in New Hampshire? New Hampshire law forbids you to tap your feet, nod your head, or in any way keep time to the music in a tavern, restaurant, or cafe. I have broken the law a lot. That's not good. You also may not run machinery on Sundays. I've broken the law a lot in New Hampshire. I've made mistakes. I might be a fugitive. Chris the type of wizard to cast itchy balls on guys. And you know what? You're 100% right. I would do that. No joke, I would do that. I would do it like quietly. If I was at like wizardry school, I would do it quietly under the desk. I'd be like, itchy balsamo. Somebody would be like, they would, in their head, they'd be screaming because they'd be so itchy, but they wouldn't want people to know. So you'd see them like tightening their legs and kind of squirming around. You're miserable for the code part? I actually didn't go to school for code. I'm self-taught. And then it just happened to work out for my job. Because I didn't originally start doing it at my job. They just kind of threw me into it. I'd imagine it's miserable, though. I imagine, like, taking tests and doing, like, actual work involving, like, CS stuff is probably miserable at school. It's probably a lot of hard work. I would not cast a testicular torsion on someone. That's too far. That goes from, like, Impractical Jokers to Demon Hours. We had our first cybersecurity tests recently. And I felt like an old person taking them. Not because I was doing bad, but because it's clearly for old people. Part of the test was like, we're going to quiz you on how to use Microsoft Word. What does that have to do with cybersecurity? That doesn't have anything to do with cybersecurity. I learned that in like 2nd grade. Like, if you want to put a picture in Microsoft Word into your document, how do you do it? I'm like, oh shit, I don't know. I don't know. The hackers are going to get me. I don't know. If you can't use Word, you're not really going to get the rest. That's like step 1 of how to do something on a computer. How to use Notes, Word, Pages, Google Docs, any of that. That's like step 1 of things you can do. Step 2 is like Microsoft Paint. You right-clicking. I'm using my right hand and clicking, and it's not doing anything different. And it hurts because I'm a lefty. It feels weird. How do you turn on the computer? They let me into their current cybersecurity system. I was so surprised that this was their first time getting hacked. I work in healthcare. Yeah, that's a... I would keep information about that on the minimal because that can get them in a lot of trouble. That's a big problem. I'm not actually a lefty. But what's interesting is my dad's a lefty, my brother's a lefty, my grandfather's a lefty, and I'm not a lefty. I'm a righty. And they're not artistic. But I am artistic. It don't make no sense. Do we need to buy our own paint for MS Paint? Or do they provide it with the VHS instructional video? Here's the problem. I know that's a joke because they would never write MS. They would write Microsoft. They wouldn't be able to abbreviate it. You only say MS Paint if you're familiar with other programs and they're familiar with no programs yet. They don't know what the word program means. They call it app. They call everything app. You get an HTML5 browser-based software and they go, no, what's this app? Can I get this on my phone? I really told them nicely how goddamn dumb they were being. The truth is, I think a lot of companies have bad cybersecurity structure because for probably the last 2 decades, they haven't needed to do much. And now, probably like 2015, and especially now, the last 5 years, security has gotten more and more and more and more important. The hackers are out there, and they're using AI. My mother asked me once, can she have a phone app on the computer? It's a silly question because you can say yes depending on what the app is. But in general, the answer is no. I walked away like an hour ago without worrying about missing the shiny reaction because I knew you were the anti-charm. Like, I've been doing this for 12 months, man. It's going to happen today. It's been enough time. It's like one person that has the passwords to everything and all the passwords are the same, and that person is now fired type of dumb. That's very classic. That's very typical. Very, very typical. I'm gonna tell you what. If any of you are hackers in the chat, I hope you're not, because a hacker's trying to steal money from the regular person, you're a scumbag. But let's say you are a hacker. If you find one company password at a company, try it on everything they have, because it's probably the same password across the board. It probably is. Let's be honest. You do a birthday stream for this hunt? My birthday already passed. We'd have to wait a year. We'd have to wait a year and 12 days. It's always old people on welfare. A lot of scammers target old people, not only because they are easy targets, because they don't know what's going on, but also because they probably have a lot of money. A birthday for the hunt. Oh, I don't know what day the hunt started. I just don't remember it was in November. I remember it was after my birthday. Use a coaster. I want my desk to get ruined. And then when I inevitably get a new desk, I have a good excuse for it. I unironically took a class called White Hack Hacking, and 2 classes were literally them saying, if you use this for bad reasons, we will not hesitate to turn you into the authorities. What's crazy is when you take the cybersecurity quizzes, they'll explain to you how it works, but they go into details like, this is how they get to the dark web, and they tell you how to get to the dark web. Which is crazy. Like, they don't need to know the fine details, like, here's the specific browser you would use if you needed to go on the dark web. You don't need to tell people that. What are you trying to do? What's the goal? That doesn't help them. They're not. The only thing they can do with that information is use the dark web. It's used for legal reasons also. What legal reasons, though? Like, what does the average person have to use the dark web for? Like, the average guy who's just sitting in a coffee shop at 9 a.m. and then going to work. Storing legal documents? Why would you do that, though? Maybe a deal on lawn furniture. It is legal to go on the dark web. But pretty much everything on the dark web is illegal. Did any of y'all see that dark web series on Instagram where this guy kept buying shoes? I don't watch any of those because I don't believe them. When people do like, I went on the dark web and bought a mystery box, when they do that, I don't believe that for a second. I go on the dark web to watch Chris. No, they take a box and they put a bunch of shit in it, and then they beat the box up. And they're like, oh, what's going to be in this? It could be the head of a missing person, which is not at all what you would get, by the way. That is not at all what you would get. It's extremely fake. Oh, I pulled out this doll and there's a note on it. And it's a cursed doll. And they only have it on the dark web because the government doesn't want you to know. Guys, what do I do with this? There's a phone number on the note. What if I wait till 3 a.m. and call the phone number? I hate those videos. I despise those videos. Did you read the story about eBay stalking and making these two people lives hell? No, explain please. I don't know what you're talking about. I drank the Among Us potion at 3 a.m. and I turned into the imposter. I should do a stream like that. And then I lose half my subscriber base because they think I'm serious and I switch gears. It's tomorrow? Tomorrow I gotta go help my family. Tomorrow I gotta be at my parents' house and help them with some stuff. This is nice music for two people falling off a boat and drowning. It's pretty fitting. We'll see how late I go. I don't know. Did you start defrosting your turkey yet? I don't cook the turkey. Nobody comes here. This place is too small. Do not watch chrispiche at 3 a.m. He will come out of your computer and raid your fridge. You're only allowed to call chrispiche at 3 a.m. if there's no meat in your fridge. Because then I'll just get bored and like hang out on the couch for a bit awkwardly for like 45 minutes. So as not to feel weird because I just showed up in your home and I imposed myself. So I don't want to like leave too fast, but I don't want to be there too long either. And then I'll take off. What if we had onions? Don't tempt me with a good time. Do that while you're playing a game like Observation Duty? I don't know how I would pull off a stream like that to make it like a joke. Oh shit. Maybe I just hit the funny button at 3 a.m. We'll spawn 30 eagles in your room. Seabirds! I was so confused because it was sea eagles. And then I couldn't remember that it's seagull. The head of security sent them taxidermy animals. Wait, no, I gotta start from the beginning. The head of eBay's security division, they became very skeptical and weird. It's going through trials still, but they thought this old couple with a local newspaper were trying to get at eBay. So the head of security sent them taxidermy animals and had people follow them. Why the animals? Why did they send them taxidermy animals? Why did they do that? What did that have to do with it? Was that just like freak petty behavior? To threaten them. That's just freak petty behavior. That's not normal. That's not okay. Why not just like contact an authority and be like, we're suspicious of this, could you look into it? Why would you send taxidermied animals, you freak? Or send them dead animals, that'll teach them. Surely this won't become a national news story. That's crazy. Imagine you're like in charge of NVIDIA and you get mad at someone and through the company you send them taxidermy animals and you're like, that'll teach them. Surely nothing bad would happen. Why would you ever do that? Imagine doing that when you're not like representing a company. Imagine just doing that in general. They ran a how to sell on eBay blog and when eBay shifted away from individual selling to more companies, the old people were upset. Yeah, I don't blame them. eBay, canonically, for most of its lifespan, has just been buying weird shit from weird people on the internet. I have a DS again in my possession because I bought it from some stranger on the internet. Not from a company, just from some dude. And then I had to wipe the whole thing down because it came in a funny smelling box. And that's eBay. Making it corporate kind of stinks. He threatened his team to get in line and not ask questions. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm going to do that with the mods. One chatter's going to make me mad. I'm going to threaten the mods' lives and tell them to threaten that chatter's live. And if they don't do it, I'm going to get them to get in line and don't ask questions. You see this seagull? I want you to kill it and taxidermy it and send it to this chatter. And when they say, what? I'm going to say, don't ask questions. Do you want to be part of this community? Get it together. All the mods. Every one of them. I'm going to get so mad that I'm going to have to take my inhaler out. He brought in a huge knife and stabbed a chair in a meeting? That guy's got to go. Lock that dude up. That's nuts. That's actually, like, not okay. You went there to random people to sell you stuff? The new eBay is Facebook Marketplace, and I don't like it. Because people think they're like people on eBay were like, that was like garage sale, the website. You know what I mean? Like, other than like scalpers, generally people on eBay are just like doing a garage sale. They're just like, yeah, I'm getting rid of this. I'm just going to put it on eBay. Facebook Marketplace, people think they're like entrepreneurs. It's kind of obnoxious. They overprice everything, and it's usually like a piece of garbage from their basement. And they like they have a conversation with you over like Facebook DMs, and they try to like scam you. He's in jail now? Good, good. That guy is not well. Has it really been a year? It has been a year since the first time I started this series. Didn't want to do this in public, but here's my 2 weeks notice. No, you can't do that. You're not allowed to. I hate to say it, but part of the contract was you can never quit. I don't know if you read the fine print. It says you will never get paid and you'll never quit. I hate to say that. I really do, but that was in the fine print. It's just shitty. And then you talk to people like do you guys have any like people from like high school that do Facebook Marketplace? Because they talk about it like it's a business too, which is super annoying. They're like, yeah, I just went down, bought these things, gonna flip them on Facebook Marketplace, upcharge them a bit. You know, I was arguing with some guy the other day. He wanted it for like $10 cheaper, and I wouldn't have it. I really stuck it to him, and, you know, he didn't get it down at all. Ended up selling it at full price. I'm like, I don't care. You're selling a garden hose. I see you priced this at $50. Could I have it for free? When I was in high school, I smoked weed. And I wanted my friends, because they all started smoking weed before me. I don't smoke weed anymore, because I don't like it. But they all started smoking before me, so I wanted to prove that I was a cool dude. And I remember going to a smoke shop to buy a bong when I was 18. And I brought it to the counter. And then the lady was like, all right, that's going to be $120 because it was a big bong. I was like, I don't have $120. Why don't you do $75? She was like, what? I was like, yeah, how do you feel about $75? Would you do it for $75? And she was like, no, it's $120. Buy it or get out. I went, okay, here's $120. Sorry. And I didn't look cool. And you smashed it at a party and held glass? Yes, it was the same one. This is true. That is the timeline that happened there. They weren't in the store with me, so I actually left the store and said, yeah, I haggled her for a deal. They're like, what? Why'd you do that? And I was like, yeah, you know, that's what I do. I lied about it. Normal people's life is so entertaining. Unfortunately, no, you're right. I am normal. Thank you. Thank you. True. You got smoked on that bong in 2 ways. In 3 ways. I smoked from that bong. I got smoked on the price of that bong. And then I smoked glass out of the bong because I smashed it. And I still try to use it anyways. Kind of like a beef 3-way. I haven't smoked weed probably since I was like 20 though. Maybe 19. I'm being nice, Mr. Beautiful Christian Boy. What happened to like my English right there? I don't know what happened. I couldn't say that. I don't know what what went on right there. Something weird happened. I think an alien came down and zapped me. I think that's the only possible explanation. You were so young. What was that, 9 years ago? That actually feels like such a long time ago. That's not good. I get a contact high when I walk out of my apartment and I smell weed. I'm finally at the point in my life where I smell weed at somebody else's room and I frown. And it's not like I care. It's just like, I don't like it. I once got told to leave a dollar store because I was 19 trying to buy cough syrup with codeine in it. I was visibly dripping from the face and she just wouldn't let me go. Shell got kicked out of a thrift store because he was moving too fast. They said he's too fast, so he got kicked out. They said he was like a blue blur. And then we met him outside and he was pissed. My family's on the straight and narrow in my immediate household. And I don't mean like my household right now because I live alone, but I mean like in my parents' house with my brother. Was it a China shop? No. It was just like a shitty thrift store in Colorado. It was like a Goodwill. He got kicked out of the Goodwill because he moved too fast. I'm dead serious too. Actually, you want me to? I want to call him and have him recite that story to you guys. Hopefully, I talked to him on the phone. All right, I chatted with him earlier today, so I want to see if he picks up. He might be working. Oh, I think he's working. Yeah, he's working. That's too bad. I didn't want it to do the voicemail because he hasn't gotten a voicemail set and it reads back his phone number and I don't want to have it read his phone number out on stream. Text him 911 emergency. He's been making fun of me all day for having asthma. All day he's been making fun of me because I have asthma now. And I just want to say, for us in chat who have asthma, we need to band together and fight. Okay? We need a little bit of asthma representation in our community. You have asthma since when? Since literally last night. I would have given up. You know that when the ad breaks on Twitch ends, it says your community is back like it's mine? This is the community that shall band with me to overthrow you. No, we're gonna all band together over asthma. We're gonna kick you out. How are you gonna fight when I'm at the top of this flight of stairs? Okay. Okay, I have an inhaler now, okay? I'll make it up the stairs. It is crazy because I can recognize now, like, all the times that I've been out of breath when I shouldn't be, or all the times I've been very fatigued from exercising when I really shouldn't be. And I've kind of chalked it all up to, like, I'm getting older, and I don't exercise like I did when I was a kid. Meanwhile, I, like, can't breathe. Do you think being tall makes it worse? I think it's a genetic thing, to be honest with you. My mom has it. My brother has it. Now I have it. Can I be an asthma ally? Absolutely. This is what they're going to call us. They're going to call us the Ass Gang. Short for the Asthmatic Gang. Are you going to get your lungs stolen by a scientist for testing? I don't think scientists want any part of me. What was that thing I want removed from my throat? They're going to look at that. They're going to go, An asthma enemy? What the heck? I came back to the bong story. It was shooketh. It is a bit of a wild dichotomy to be like, here's my story about trying to haggle for a bong. Anyways, I have asthma now. Huh. Epiglottis might be the worst word I've ever seen. I'm not over that. That's up there with like spigot. That's just gross words. Just get rid of them. Get rid of them. Change them or get rid of them. Make it no word. I want no word instead of that. I'm 29, not 53. 53. Imagine my voice was really high all the time. Like I come back one day and I get my Adam's apple removed and I have this wonderful, wonderful high-pitched voice. I think that'd be cool. This is my first health issue, okay? I was in your boat until yesterday when I was in the hospital. Deep vein thrombosis and percolate. I only know percolate because of that $120 bong I tried to haggle for $75 and got for $120 when I was in high school. But you gotta never say deep vein thrombosis ever again. You gotta never say that again. You never can type... I'm gonna ban that in chat. That one can't come out. I disagree. I think chlamydia sounds like clam. And none of it... No parts of it is good. Why not? It's just... That's disgusting. I don't even know what it is. It sounds gross. Thrombosis? Thrombosis is like the combination of throbbing and Bosack. Okay? You can't say that. We'll just unban it. I will ban unbanning it. It's a blood clot in your leg or hip. We need to prevent all... We need to eradicate blood clots in the leg and hip so we never have to say deep vein thrombosis ever again. We have to eradicate that as an issue in our society and make it so it never happens again. So that we never have to say those words together. We need to do that like many plagues in the past. I can get behind this. I think it's important. Maybe I'm a hero for saying that? A deep vein thrombo... A DBT? Is it DBT or DVT? Is DBT like a Dragon Ball spinoff? What's a pulmonary embolism? What are we... You're hurting my brain! You're hurting my brain! You need to wear compression socks, especially on planes. I feel like my body's compressed all the time because I wear tight clothes because my body is snatch and my body is tea. Okay? So I don't have to worry about that. Your brain always hurt. My brain does always hurt. And I think it's a symptom of not enough air. I think it's a symptom of sucking at breathing. That sucks, Aaron. That sucks. I'm sorry about that for your sister. Now throw it back for the fellas? No. The tea is for me, okay? You're gonna have to get a Boston Tea Party together to get a piece of this. Blood clots are weirdly interesting. Like, your blood can really just go, fuck you, now I'm a lump. That is strange. Why does it do that? DDT is a WWE move. No, BT. Like Dragon Ball testicles. Sorry, somebody said testicles earlier. Now that's on my brain. The human body is dang weird. It is. When they were like sticking like the alligator clips all over my belly and whatnot, I was very weirded out. Because they're like, we're going to check the electricity in your chest. I was like, what is that going to do? And then they came back and they're like, yeah, it was a little abnormal. I was like, the electricity in my chest is a little abnormal. That's what you're telling me? What? It sounded like a bunch of doohickeys. Yeah, an EKG. That's what it was. And then I got an app on my phone now that tells me, because I got lab work, it tells me all these funny words that I don't like. They sound gross. Where is it? What is it? Face ID. Do we have a tea party at Tax? Why did I say Tax? We got the Boston Tea Party on my brain. We can have a pretend tea party where we all like pretend to have teacups. Let me go. I think that's an idea. What are some of the funny words? Records. I understand something about my records. I clicked so that I understand something, but I don't. Coag? Tropin? I don't know what this means. Thrombo time. What is thrombo time? Thrombo time is like a fucking 2010 YouTube video where you get like a goofball on camera who goes, "It's thrombo time!" and they start jumping up and down on the couch. And that's a medical thing I'm supposed to believe? Globulin. That's like an alien invader. Glomerular. Why don't you just speed up the emulation? It is sped up. This is the maximum it'll go on this GameCube. Prothrombin time? They tested how long it takes my blood to clot? Why'd they test that, man? That's something I don't want to know. Oh shit, sorry, I hit the funny button. Someone's gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you my entire medical history on stream. Are you a creature? You know a lot about blood? Are you a creature? It's thrombo time! I really shouldn't be yelling. My throat's still funky. He's only got 7 more lives. It's okay, because once he meets Death the Wolf, he'll go on a wacky adventure where he has to fight a big child man and then come to terms with death and that he's on his last live, and he has to take it seriously. So I'm actually doing a good thing. I've never watched the Puss in Boots movie, and I'm sad that I haven't watched it. I'm waiting for a day I find it for free and I stumble upon it and I don't actively search for it. And I don't know why that is, but that's what I'm waiting for. Have you seen the show? There's a show? From what I've heard, the animation is wonderful and it's like one of the best animated movies of all time. Thrombo will be a new Pokemon in the next mainline game. Thrombo would be like a little gremlin I keep in the corner of the stream to go get my Uber Eats for me when I want it from downstairs. I can yell, "Thrombo, fetch me my Taco Bell!" And Thrombo will be like, "Yes, master, yes." Thrombo would be like my house elf. I'd be like, "I'll give you a sock if you fetch me the 12 taco pack from Taco Bell, Thrombo." Be like, "Yes, master. Thrombo will get the Taco Bell." And then he shows up with it, and I'm like, "Too slow, Thrombo. You will get the sock another day." You actually have to go downstairs for your Uber Eats? Yeah, it goes to the mailroom. Pretty sure that was a JonTron bit already. I think you're right. I think, Grimbo. But it's McDonald's specifically. Got some fan art for you? That's horrifying. I'll check it in a moment. Would Thrombo be a cooler Clippy? No, Thrombo would be awful. Thrombo will like smell bad. It would look like a fat Dobby. I would tell Thrombo. Thrombo would come to me and go, may Thrombo have a bite of the Taco Bell? I'll be like, Thrombo, let me tell you something. I can eat this because I serve body. And you can't because you serve Dobby. Get the fuck out of here, Thrombo. You go, yes, Master Thrombo will leave. What is a grommet? Like Wallace and Gromit? Or you mean like a grommet on a shirt? Or on a shoe? I fucking love Thrombo. You should add instructions saying you can't go up, downstairs, and upstairs because you have a medical condition. They need keys to get into the actual building. They have to be let in. I Thrombo, you Thrombo, he, she, me, Thrombo. It's thrombology, SpongeBob. You can put a grommet on anything you want, really? Now, if we're talking about Wallace and Gromit, that's just a crazy message. That's just an insane message. Wii Sports said you were overweight. Asthma can be a side effect. I think you need to play more Wii Sports. It was Wii Fit! Wii Sports says you're the greatest baseball player alive. You know you need to name the shiny Thrombo if you get it. If we get it today, I'll name it Thrombo. How about that? If we get it today, I will name it Thrombo. But only if we get it today. I think you should play more Dog Island. Dog Island, I think, will probably only come back as a Patreon thing if the patrons want it. Unless it comes back for the next Wii Week. As a child, I was not a fan of Wallace and Gromit. I thought that was going to say I was not a fan of Thrombo. I thought you were adding on to the lore. Like, Thrombo's like this whimsical, like, storybook character everyone knows. Like it was in the Magic Treehouse books or something. And you were like, I didn't like Thrombo. Thrombo said those racist things. I think I watched, like, Wallace and Gromit, like, one time at a friend's place, and I didn't think, like, that much of it other than the claymation was cool, and it must have taken a long time. I didn't care much for claymation until I watched Nox's Corner on YouTube, and I realized that normal people can do it, and it doesn't take, like, $1 billion in a studio. Meanwhile, it's actually a really awesome feat. That studio would do for all their productions. See how long it took you to go from hating deep vein thrombosis, and now you have a whole entire fucking son named Thrombo? Okay, relax. You still shouldn't say deep vein thrombosis. It's a gross word. It doesn't change the fact. Wait, is Thrombo short for thrombosis? You're telling me that I've been making jokes about Thrombo when really they were writing about my thrombosis? No, I read that. I read Thrombo. It sounded like a Smiling Friends character name. The study of thrombotomy? You're telling me I got Thrombo? I didn't think anything. I just read it when... that would be a character in Smiling Friends. Does that make you smile? It makes me frown deeply. Deeply in my veins. Me and my buddy spent an entire school year in video class making claymation because of Nox's Corner. We did the same thing. There's a YouTube channel somewhere out there where we made claymations in like 5th grade. And it was just a copy of Nox's Corner. Like the characters all look the same too. Cola makes me smile. Does that make you smile? Cola makes me smile. I got some next to me right now, so I'm smiling. I'm gonna start saying that at work. I like it. So if somebody's mid-conversation with me, like someone's like, hey, can you take a look at this Excel and help me like do this report? I'll be like, does that make you smile? You know, a good coffee with a bit of milk and a bit of sugar makes me smile, and that's what I'm drinking right now. And they're going to be like, can you help me with the report? Or what? When do we check fan art? Let's do it at 2460. Can you not do that ever again? I can't make promises. Because broken promises break friendships. And none of you are allowed to be my friends, because that would be parasocial, so I can't do it. The claymation discussion reminded me of the Globlo Gabgalab, so I went looking, and honestly I'm kind of scared that it wasn't claymation. No, it was 3D. That's a 3D animation. I'm the Globgo Gabgalab. The Shrimble Dibble Wimble Bobble Shrivel Blab. I am the thoughts of yeast in time. Aha! It's not 3D, it's real life. I don't remember how the Globlo Gabglab goes. I just remember there was a really famous video edit of him with like XXX Tentacion's hair. And it was over that one famous song by him. The link in the description for your Twitch is outdated, and I like it that way. Just kidding, I don't know why that is. I think I have some repurposed stream templates that have the wrong link in them. So sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. But it's okay, because if you need the Twitch, you can use the Twitch command in chat. Just exclamation point, Twitch, and then your whole body will start twitching. I think he says something like yeast in time. He says he's like the yeast of the mind or something. What does he say? What does the Gobglow Gabglab say? I know he says yeast. I know he gross and he say yeast. I know this is true. He's the yeast of thoughts and mind. Okay, yeah. That was pretty close. He goes, I am the yeast of thoughts and mind. Splendid. Delicious. I know that shit. You think I don't know that shit? I know that shit. Aha! Splendid. Simply delicious. And go change all the commands to ha. You thought this would work, idiot. I actually approve that. If you want to do that, I approve. If you want to change every single command to haha, you thought this would work, idiot, dumbass, you have my full approval. He's getting ready to drop more bars. Didn't they interview the voice actor for the Globlo Gabgalab at one point? After it like blew up as a meme, didn't they interview him on like Vice or something? I'm pretty sure I remember that. And he was like, yeah, it was like a funny little thing. I don't know. He's like really coy about it and kind of cheeky. How would you react, though, if you were the Goblo Gabgalab and they were like, why'd you do this? How would you react? I need a new name because I accidentally clicked it, by the way. Glob. Bosis. Globosis. It don't fit. Thrombo. Alright, fine, I'll do Thrombo. Thrombo, fetch me a shiny Eevee.
Thrombo will fetch you the shiny Eevee.
Thrombo, make haste! You have to get the shiny Eevee. Do you have a team of shinies yet? I have 5. If you say Thrombo 3 times in a mirror real fast, nothing will happen. But you'll have said Thrombo 3 times. You think I sounded like Shannon? No, it did not sound like Shannon. There's no way. I'd have to be more like... like, I'd have to get that in there a little bit, too. And I can't do that. I think my throat would, like, explode if I tried to do it. I think asthma gets a bad rep, okay? I think we need to support our community that has asthma, aka me. And I think it gets a bad rep. And you know what it is? It's the Lord of the Flies is the fault. The book. They made asthma uncool. And then they make kids read that book where they're making fun of asthma. That's unbelievable. They were making fun of you in the last members only video? What the heck? I'm keep catching strays in all the Delicious James videos and streams. Wait, which one was the last one? Was that one of the quizzes? Was that the one with Loxton and Noggin? What's the rules for this run? I'm only allowed to use shinies, so I have to get a shiny Eevee. I've been working on it for a year. What the heck? For someone who can't breathe correctly, you sure do talk a lot, Mr. Streamer, man. Don't overwork yourself. You're basically a sick Victorian child now. Come on, man. Come on now. I'm working hard here. You gotta respect me. Okay? Streaming with asthma? That's the hardest job in the world. Surely. We should have a main character named Asthma to show that asthma can be strong and cool. I agree. I agree. Chris is Wally? No! No, I'm Wally? Oh no, I am Wally. Oh no. I wanted to be like Blue or like Steven or like Cynthia, but a boy, and I got Wally? Go get your Gardevoir, asthma boy. What the hell? Have you dye your hair green now? That would be crazy. I'm imagining myself walking into work. My hair's green, and the first thing I say is not addressing my hair. It's, I have asthma now! What would they do? You're fired. And then I'd get online and I'd start talking about how us asthma folk are treated unequally. And it's the Lord of the Flies' fault. You wish you were Wally, brother? What do you mean? What am I then? Their first words out of their mouths is that makes a lot of sense. You have to move to the mountains for the clean, healthy air. I feel like I'm in a location with clean, healthy air. I wonder if this whole time they diagnosed me wrong and something like a bug just flew down my throat. Getting a stance like Wally's art with a little purse. Look, I'm familiar with the older games where he's just like, and that's it. I'm familiar with OG Wally. You are Onion from Steven Universe. Hurtful. Hurtful to be called Onion, no matter the context. A centipede? It's a quarter of your epiglottis. I have swallowed a bug, okay? And am I the bad guy for that? One time when my uncle was hammered, he asked me to go outside and catch a moth that was attracted to the light outside, so I did. And then he said, watch this, and he stuck it in his beer and drank it, and doesn't remember that. But it gave me PTSD. It changed my genetic makeup and the way that my neural paths forever. I see why you're insane. It was on its way to cure asthma and your uncle swallowed him. Oh, what the hell? Can you still see it when you close your eyes? I have nightmares about it. It changed pathways in my brain. And he doesn't even remember. He's like, I didn't do that. I had a friend in school eat a worm. I watched a movie about eating fried worms when I was a kid, and I don't remember nothing about it. I remember thinking that wasn't a great movie. I feel like a moth trapped in a bath. I feel like a moth trapped in a beer about to be swallowed. That should be the beginning to a song. Maybe a song about how I'm also a firework that lights the sky. And then I put on 2 traffic cones over my breasts and they shoot fireworks. During one of my RA events, I made each one of my residents eat a live meal worm, and most of them were very excited to do it. You're evil. You're evil. You forced a floor of people to eat worms? Why would you do that? What the hell? You said you have to do this if you want to live here. I said I would do it if they did. Okay, and you peer pressured them. I see how it is. Pull the old bandwagon propaganda on them. Everyone's doing it. I'll do it. Evil. Pure evil out of you. Were they forced at gunpoint? New Mr. Beast challenge. If you go to the Saudi Arabia Mr. Beast theme park and you don't pay at least $66 to $150, they force you to eat mealworms. Have you guys seen the way it works too? If you go to the Mr. Beast theme park, I'm gonna do a quick Google. Mr. Beast theme park admission. Okay, if you pay $7, you can go to the park, but you can't do any rides, games, or challenges. You can just walk around the park for $7. For $25, you can go to the park and access the games and challenges, and you get 3 rides, and that's it. For $66, which is almost the number of the Beast, you get all the benefits of Beast Mode, plus unlimited access to all the rides. Which, comparatively to like Disney, is pretty inexpensive. But I think it's funny that you can pay to show up and do nothing. I think if you pay the $7 pass, you don't get to do anything. If you pay the $25 pass, you eat the mealworms. The number of the beast. $7, you do nothing? What kind of influencer or vlog dystopia? Do you think a bunch of... well, if you're... I thought the game crashed. If you're an influencer, you get in for free. I would imagine. If you're a known influencer and you contact like his agent or something, you get in for free to give them publicity. But if you're an unknown influencer and you're just a dad who thinks he's going to get on YouTube and, you know, isn't, you might pay the $7 and just walk around with like a fucking vlogging stick. If you make Piché land, could we buy a pass for nothing? There would be like one ride, and it would cost 50 cents to go there. And you'd have to sign a waiver because the ride could break at any moment. In New Hampshire, we have a theme park. It's not really a theme park, it's just like an amusement park. But we have a park called Canopy Lake Park. And we were going to go for Halloween as a big group because they do this thing called like Spookfest or something. And Spookfest isn't that exciting because it's just like the theme park plus like a haunted house or two. And it's packed. But we're like, whatever, it's something to do for Halloween. And we didn't end up going because the week before, the roller coaster broke and almost killed a group of people. And we went, oh, that's not good, but I guess we could avoid that roller coaster. And then the same week, another ride broke down, and people were hung like upside down for like hours. We're like, okay, all right, maybe we just don't go. Maybe we just do that some other time. Let's just call it good. We're at 2461. I'm going to take a look at fan art real quick. What do we got cooking? What indeed do we have cooking? What is this? Hang on. Use machinery on Sunday. Lock him up. Really great site at the bottom. What is the cutout around this? It it looks like an Instagram post by my grandmother a little bit. But instead it's telling you to lock me up. Was it made in Canva? And then we have the birthday version of this. My nose is crazy. It looks like you could squeeze my nose and pop it. I hope this is good luck, though. I hope this means we're getting the Eevee. What the who posted this? Who did this? What the fuck? This is not what I look like. This is not what I look like. Why do I have a Steam notification? What is The Forest? Why am I being invited to play The Forest? What is The Forest? I'm afraid. You sound like James? Like from Team Rocket? James. What does he sound like? He sounds like Pegasus or something, right? You little twerp! I don't know what The Forest is. I think it's a place you go if you want to get murdered. It was Canva because I'm too lazy to open anything else. I've never used Canva, but I have a lot of coworkers that use it. You're struggling to blow a birthday honker because of the asthma. No, that's kind of you. Thanks for including the asthma. That's great. See, Avir gets it. Avir pulls back and says, you know what? No, this is the night. And Avir's right about it. Alright? We all need to listen to Avir. We need to bring back the death penalty for specifically Chris. What'd I do? Don't say that. Don't say I'm drinking the gray matter. Nobody's thinking that. Canva is very handy from what I can tell. I got asked one time to use Canva's AI at work to automatically make content for our customers. Automatically produce live data, automatically produce animation, like all this stuff, and I was like, this is not gonna happen. We're not doing this. I was like, first of all, can't do it. Second of all, no. I wonder if the Salamence or Metagross can be shiny. Salamence can, and we encountered it at one of the streams. And I said if it happened before Eevee, then I would donate 200 members, so I lost money. I lost hundreds of dollars. Turning into a modern company. Well, we did go forward with it because it's impossible. How mad were you? I wasn't mad. I was just like, let's just say we did it and don't do it. Let's just let it go under the rug and we'll forget about it. It'll go away. Did you know that's what actually happens with Alzheimer's dementia? Your brain and gray matter physically and literally atrophy? That's horrifying. Wait, is gray matter what's in your brain? Is that what gray matter is? Is that what's in your brain? Because I don't want it. I don't want anything in me called gray matter. I don't want anything in me that's just matter. Okay, get it out. Remove it. Lobotomize me. A shiny boat captain? That would be sick. But then he'd die. I don't know why, but I kept thinking it was like stomach bile. And that really grossed me out. Didn't Marvel just announce they won't use AI? They probably announced it with a post written by AI. Hot take. That's right. I'm here to do the hitting hard questions. Hard-hitting shit. I'm here to say things people are afraid to say. I'm the only one brave enough to do it. How many streams ago was the shiny Salamence? It was months ago. I don't remember. There's definitely a clip in the Discord somewhere, though. Someone probably wrote shiny Salamence and put a clip in the Discord. Chris, you're not brave? Actually, CVS, give me a sticker that says I'm brave, okay? Are you AI, Chris? Allegedly. But the answer is no. It's in your brain and you're drinking so far in my ear it is in my brain. Now I'm grossed out again. Thanks. Feels like most companies are run by really bad angry rogue AI instead of any executives these days. Aren't those the same thing, though? The new Tron movie was gonna have AI star in movie until people complained. I feel like movie production studios can't get away with that. I feel like their movie will bomb if they do that. As much as they think they can do it, and as much as AI actors are getting promoted by companies, your movie will bomb. It won't do well. People will be pissed. I think the court of the general public's opinion will not like that. The Jimmy Neutron movie? I don't remember why, but the Jimmy Neutron movie came up yesterday at work. I was talking about how I remember watching it in theaters. I don't remember why. I don't remember what the conversation was, and I don't think that added anything to the conversation, me saying that, but it was there. I have one friend that goes to the movies every week. She went Friday and saw 2 movies in theaters. I haven't been to a movie theater since before COVID. I've not been to a movie theater since probably like 2017. The last movie I saw in theaters was The Joker. And there was like years in between that and the one I saw before it. How far can you make it in life if your brain only used the Gen 3 battle AI to make decisions? I feel like if I'm being dead serious here, I think a lot of life is fake until you make it. You could probably get quite far with that capacity in your brain. I'll tell you what. If you, depending on how you determine success, if you determine it as a monetary thing, some of the dumbest people on the planet are the most successful. And there's real studies behind that. Because a lot of people who do things like become CEO of a company or start a company are generally like risky people. They're people who are willing to take risks. And a lot of them fail, and a lot of them have dumb luck. And that's how that works. It's a lot of not so smart people that do that. Usually the smarter person will take the more secure routes, which is usually not the top of the food chain. I despise how YouTube changes TM into a crappy looking emoji, but never mind that. Yeah, what if I'm talking about a technical machine? Then what? I like the story behind Jimmy Neutron movie is that they had made all the models for the TV show, and then they were like, it'll cost us $5 to make an entire movie as a pilot. I remember thinking that movie was awesome. I remember I saw Dexter's Laboratory as a kid, and I thought that show was awesome. I was like, I love the idea of a boy genius. I want to be that. And then I saw Jimmy Neutron, and I was like, now it's feasible. Now I think it's possible because there's 2 of them. Nobody clipped the Salamence? I'm sure it's in there. It might, like, maybe it doesn't have, like, a name or something. I know there's a clip out there, though, for sure. I don't know what you'd have to search to find it, though. Chris wanted to be a boy genius, but ended up some man idiot. There's something really funny about calling someone a man idiot. Like, I like just singling that out. You call someone that, you know what I mean? Like, you're in an argument with someone, and you just throw a straight man idiot in the middle of it. You man idiot! That rocks. Would you rather drink your gray matter or Thrombo's gray matter? I'd rather just jump off the roof and skip both. Chris has the survival instincts of a speed bump. I'm mad because you're not wrong. But you're wrong. Remember a word I said turning into a pumpkin? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you mean like an emoji. I thought you were like talking and then a pumpkin came out of your mouth. Like IRL talking. Not like typing. Don't feel bad, you'd make a great speed bump. I think I'd be like a slow-lived speed bump. I think I'd make it like 2 cars and then I wouldn't be much of a bump anymore. Why do I have a table filled with professors who are respectfully nodding along with me? You get with the boys being like some of the top scientists, some of the top PhD doctors in the country, and you all get around a circular table and put on the Chris Piché stream. And then when I say something and you type something back to me in chat making fun of me, everyone just nods. They just go, got him. That's messed up. A sign that says slow children playing. What's worse, calling someone a man idiot or a manhole? I think a man idiot. A manhole, like, let's say I was a gay man and you called me a manhole, I'd be like, yep. Mm-hmm. I go, yes, sir, and I'm good at it. But you call me a man idiot, no matter what, I'm not happy. There's no world I'm happy you call me a man idiot. But, because, like, why'd you add in the man? Like, you call me an idiot, I can kind of wave it off. You throw in the man, it makes it sound like I'm not supposed to be an idiot. You're a stranger, dude. What the hell, Chris? Haha. I'm not a stranger to people that know me. Idiot. My brother one time, this was another thing that changed the pathways in my brain. My brother one time got mad at me when we were like in 3rd grade and called me a lump of loaf. Like angrily called me a lump of loaf. And that changed pathways in my brain. I thought for years that was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. You're a favorite man idiot. Oh good, no that's great. Glad I get to be the #1 man idiot in your minds. I suppose that's how strangers work? Yeah, if people know me, then I'm not a stranger. What are the odds on a shiny for this game? 1 in 8,192, I think. No, a lump of loaf. Not loft, loaf. Like a loaf of bread. Or a meatloaf. That sounds like a sister race to Oompa Loompas. It was the fact, because we were like little kids when this happened, it was the fact that he said it so angrily. like white knuckle, face turning red, tears in eyes, 8-year-old calling me a lump of loaf. You found the clip? That was one of the worst moments of my life. How many members did I donate? I don't even remember. I think I spent $200. I think it was 100 members. I'm pretty sure it was 100 memberships. Does he remember calling you that? Has he called you that since? That was a one-time thing, and I'm sure he doesn't remember. I'm positive he does not remember that, but I will never forget it. That's like embedded into my person now. That's a part of me. Is that on this stream? No. This was months ago. The impossible green dragon. You get the EB on a prime number, I'll give it $100. Deal. Deal. I'll get it on attempt 13. Is this a prime number right now? I don't think it is. I'm not sure. My grandma called me an embryo in a department store because I purposely sneezed on my sister. That's not real. That didn't happen. That's so funny. I'm imagining like the same circumstance where your grandma's like white-knuckled with rage and yelling at you and calling you an embryo. Because you went up to your sister and sneezed on her. I can't get you $16 in McDonald's credit. I can get you $25, but that makes it a not deal. No deal. In a Dakota accent. That's so funny. Calling someone an embryo in a fit of like seeing red rage is really funny. I'm just imagining also, like in my mind, and this is strictly because there's not a lot of detail, but in my mind, you did it on accident and your grandmother was seething with rage. I'm sure it was probably on purpose to make your sister upset, and she probably wasn't seething with rage. But in my mind, that's how it was. You absolute donut. The best thing Gordon Ramsay ever said was in the British version of Kitchen Nightmares, where he said to a guy, "As long as I've got a hole in my butt, big boy, those potatoes are fried." It's the greatest quote by him of all time. Your sister was laughing? I would have been pissed if my brother sneezed on me on purpose. He used to fart on me on purpose. He used to run up. One time I watched him when I was like 14. We were walking back home from high school, our freshman year, behind an apartment building where a bunch of people would just like do drugs. And there were two girls smoking wax behind the apartments. And he turned to me and a couple of my friends and he went, "Watch this." And he ran up to them, yelled "Season's greetings," jumped and did a 180 in the air, and when the butt reached eye level, he farted on them and ran. It was the coolest shit I've ever seen. If my brother sneezed on me, I would be so happy because I don't have a brother, but I've always wanted one. That's kind of sad. What the hell is smoking wax? It's when you do dabs. What's wrong with New England? No, that's just the Pichés. That sounds like a hate crime. That was the coolest shit. How'd he do that? No, not smoking candles. No, what's it? What is it? Like a wax pen or a dab rig. The Piché brothers are fucking insane. No, he's not insane. He's a very normal guy. Okay? He works a corporate job. He lives with his girlfriend. He gambles on he sports bets and just watches the NFL. He's just an average Joe. He's part of the gambling problem in America. He's a symptom and I'm a cause because I made Pokemon All In. Smoking glass and candle. Because it sounded like he's trying to talk to fellow kids. I'm explaining a story about my family. So just you who's insane? No, I'm not insane. You're insane. I'm not insane. Don't call me an embryo. I'm going to get mad. I'm going to get pissed. I'm going to get freaking angry. Sneezing on my sister is like the mildest thing we've done to each other. We used to pretend we were in a dogfighting ring. What is going on with you and your sister? Huh? Huh? I think the most when my brother and I like got the most upset at each other, I think throughout our time of living together, we didn't fight. I took a sock that I was wearing after a basketball game and overnight put it over his toothbrush, which is the meanest thing I think I've ever done in my life. But he found out because I didn't take the sock off of it. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to leave it. Like, I didn't want him to find out when it was in his mouth. I wasn't that mean. I don't remember what we were mad at each other about. I don't remember what happened. Chris is so bad at crimes. It's so sinister. It would have been really sinister if I like woke up in the middle of the night and took it off. That would have been evil. This was mean. And it was a wrong thing to do. It was like 5% funny, 95% mean, but it wasn't evil. Evil would have been take it off and let him find it out when he puts it in his mouth. What ended up happening is I just had to buy him a new toothbrush. So you haven't spoken to each other for 40 years? I see him every Sunday. I'm going to see him tomorrow. I hang out with my brother. Me, him, and my friends hang out on weekends sometimes. Tell them I said hi. I'm going to tell them they want you to check your toothbrush. No, there's not going to be any movie where we get into the third act and me and my brother have to work together and we make up. We're already cool. We're already chill. Can you tell him that we think he's insane for the 180 crop dusting? I'm gonna tell him that you guys respect him, and everyone respects him for that. I always thought when I was growing up, my brother was cooler than me. I always thought he was the cool one. Does your brother know you have asthma, or are you trying to hide that fact? Well, in high school, he had exercise-induced asthma. So I'm excited to tell him tomorrow. I'm going to go, I have what you had. But I haven't told him yet, unless my mom told him on the phone or something. Because I talked to my mom on the phone before I was at the hospital, because she called me. And she's like, should I go? And I was like, no, it's all right. I'll be in and out. It's fine. Turns out I wasn't in and out. I was there till midnight. But I'm sure she called him like right away just to like spread the gossip. Does your brother watch your streams? I don't think so. Why she had to go to Italy? What? After your parents sell your family home, you have to come together, hash through your past. Are these two messages connected? What is the Italy part? Is that part of the story? Who knew that both brothers farted for comedy that nobody laughs at? I don't fart. I click a button that does it for me. That's why he was the cool one, because he would actually do the fart. You told both parents that you didn't want them there? Well, my dad was working, and I didn't think he needed to leave work for this. And then my poor mom was like trying to sleep. It was like 9 p.m. when I got there. I was like, no, you don't need to get out of bed and come here. I was like, I'll text you and let you know if something is seriously wrong and I'm dying. You almost made me throw up on stream because you got raided and let like 3 rip as a result. I didn't. This is not true. Don't say this. That's not true. I bet my mom called my brother and was like, emergency, your brother's in the hospital. He was probably like, what? Is he okay? And she was like, yeah, he's fine. He probably just has asthma. So one time my dad had to go to the hospital because he fainted playing golf, which was scary. And my mom called both me and my brother and made it like he was like dying. Like this was it. And we're like, what? And then it turned out he was just dehydrated. Turns out it was like a 90-degree day outside, and he didn't drink enough water. Dropping bars and letting out major gas. If you mean gas, like this shit is gas, then yes. But I don't fart on stream, okay? I certainly don't click this every time I let out a fart in real life to hide it. I've never actually farted on stream. You def fart on stream. I don't fart on stream. I don't think I ever have, to be honest with you. I've gone in the other room. I've been like, all right, guys, I'm going to get some water, and I go fart in the bathroom to get as far away from the mic as possible. I've done that. What happened to the game? Whoa. Oh, Creations, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Coward full send. You want me to say season's greetings, jump in the air, do a 180, and fart into the mic? That's what you want me to do? You're asking for it? Begging on your hands and knees? Is that what you want? I think you're gross. Someone raided you, you were like, this is what we do to greet raiders, and then farted, and it wasn't the fart button. Surely it was the fart button. There's no way. There's no way I was like, this is what we do for raiders, and I like shit my pants. There's no way. I am shiny hunting. I'm trying to do a run of XD where the game's hacked so the shadow Pokemon can be shiny, and I'm trying to do shinies only. It's been a year and I haven't gotten one. Your hands were fully visible. Watch this. A lesser man would have given up. I did find a shiny Salamence. This is true. I have found a shiny Salamence and lost $200. This is both are things that are the same thing that happened in one of these streams. If you think about it, though, month 12 means that it's probably going to be this stream, right? I mean, law of averages here, am I right? Everyone farts, don't need to be embarrassed, but I don't do it on stream! Look, would I have a reason to lie about this? I wouldn't lie about this. I will say the number of resets are low for 12 months of this, but it's because we have to watch this cutscene every time. I as a girl with a body that's T, okay? I simply don't fart or poop. Okay? Shiny rate is base Gen 3. It is 1 in 8,192. We saw your butt cheeks on stream. And that was without my own consent, okay? That just kind of happened. That just... I didn't even... Look, somebody put a picture up, okay? And that was proof when we saw that my body is snatched, okay? Chris is a girl would shit her pants so often. Butt shed. There's no world I did that. There's no world I actually farted. Because if I actually farted, I would have, like, died laughing in embarrassment and then gone blank screen and tried to hide myself, and I would never forget it. I know this. If I had an audible fart on stream. If I audibly had a fart sound come out of me. Would you think that this or the Feebas run was more efficient in terms of encounters? Feebas run at night, like late into the stream, was more efficient. Feebas run overall, less efficient. Only when chat was tired was it more efficient. You did it on command. For those of you wondering about the butt cheek stream, it's not a butt cheek stream. It was a background contest and someone submitted a picture of me that I took in college. It was a selfie in the mirror. And I did it as a bit because you could see my ass in the mirror from the other side. And it was hanging out of my pants. I bet you're the type of fella to fart on a Discord VC, having your mic light up and everything, and then try to deny it. Okay, I have one time in a VC farted into my microphone as a joke on a call with my new grounds friends, and then I regretted it and bought a new sock for my mic because it grossed me out. Okay. That might have happened once years ago. Pink eye ahoy, brother. I think you mean matey. Also, that's why I changed the sock. What's going on with this? This is driving me nuts. This has been driving me nuts all stream. What's with this cowlick, man? What's going on? It's like a fucking penguin wing on my head. I need a haircut. I'm glad you got a new sock for your mic. Thank you. Go bald to fix it. I could do that. That would cause a lot of fixes to my hair. Let your hair do what it wants to do. I look like an old guy who's trying to have hair. I feel like Finn from Adventure Time now. I look like a grown-ass man who saw one e-boy video on TikTok and tried to replicate it, but still has this stupid fucking cowlick. No matter what. That's better. Look like you tried to straighten your hair to be an elder emo. I could do that. No, it's not working. What's going on, chat? Yeah, I tried ZA. I just hate the modern games, you know? I hate, like, modern games in general, you know? Like, any Steam game that's come out after 2008 sucks. Bad. Look like you're making a living grifting on internet drama now. I can't even think of a good example of that. Because I feel like you make up drama as a joke and it just becomes like a real drama that happened. And now you're just making fun of a real drama thing and now you're actually just grifting on internet drama. Why is my room so purple? Oh, it's because I have a big sign behind me that says live nudes. That's not even on camera. He's trying to sell us Piché coin. What's up, Piché fam? I have a deal for you. And it's a deal where you can't lose. Alright? How would you like to not work? How would you like to have your own hours? Be your own boss? How would you like to make money every day by doing nothing? Boy, do I got a deal for you. Do you like gaming? How about solitaire? That's why I partnered with a solitaire app on your phone where you're guaranteed to make money. Now, there is a bit of a cost to using it. However, you're going to be making so much money that the cost doesn't even matter. Okay? Once you use this for 1 week. And you get funny photos of animals when you play. And eggs that hatch into more funny animals. Sorry, I don't know what happened. I saw darkness. I saw a demon. This is the worst Chris I've seen. I'm trying to grow out my hair for as long as I can stand it, and at its longest, it reaches the small of my back. What is it? What is the small of your back? Is your back like your shoulder blades are like this? And then your lower back's like this? Are you built like Hacker from Cyberchase, per chance? AI Chris is gone. Oh, your lower back. Is this a Dakota thing? Should I put in my 2 weeks now? Oh, I'm guaranteed money? When I went to a friend's bachelor party trip in Daytona, which is the worst place to go in my opinion. Every night we'd leave the TV on because we were out drinking and, you know, then people just fall asleep on the couch or do whatever. And the TV was always on the poker channel because that's what it was on when we got into the Airbnb. And I have nightmares to this day about this guy popping up, this old guy with a mustache going, "Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed." I would hear that like 40 times as I'm trying to sleep, blast out of the TV. It was like torture. Talk about the delicious James drama. James doesn't want to work with Shannon and Peter anymore. It's crazy. Look, I'm on James's side. When James left, I told him, I said, "I love you, man. Let's get a drink." And he hasn't answered me, which makes me scared. Because James used to always answer my texts. I don't know what's going on, but I'm on James's side through the whole thing. We were talking before it happened, and, you know, it was bound to happen at some point. Okay? After Shannon punched James's girlfriend? Can we have a poker night stream sometime? Are we allowed to do that on YouTube? Every day is another day. I'm closer to shaving all my hair off because it annoys me. I'm starting to feel that way, except this is like my whole personality besides the asthma I now have that I'm trying to make my whole personality. At least Delicious is still there. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Thank you, thank you. Look at Game Corner got one. Back to poker. Back to poker. Did you get a fun color inhaler, Chris? I haven't opened the box yet. I picked it up after work. I put it on my table, and I said, I don't even know what to do with it. Nobody's even told me how to use this. They kind of just said, okay, tomorrow go get your inhaler. All right, get out of here now, scamp. Bye-bye. I went, oh, okay. And then I left and I realized, oh, I need to know how to do this. And then at the drugstore today when I'm picking it up, my prescription, they were like, do you have any questions? And I went, no, la-di-da. And I got to my car and I was like, damn it, I don't know how to use it. You need a superhero shirt saying you have asthma. I need an ass gang shirt. I can help you on this topic, funnily enough. Paladin, welcome to the stream. They literally, I went to the doctor. The doctor said, breathe better, idiot. You shotgun the inhaler. Do I boof it? Is it a suppository? What do I do with it? Your dad has to take like 3 different inhalers? I think, do I only use it if like my breathing gets bad? Do you see this cutscene in your dreams? You would think I would. And I had Feebas in my dreams. And I've had Tetris in my dreams, so you'd think I would. But I just stare at chat the whole time during these streams. So now I have chat in my dreams, which is far worse. What's the inhaler for? Yesterday I went to the ER because I couldn't breathe in a basketball game. And it turns out that I have asthma now. Do you dream of me? Let's not get into details. Last time I went to the doctor said no more monkeys jumping on the bed. I killed him. He's dead wrong. What color is it? I haven't opened the box yet. Should I go open the box? Should I open the box? Should I do a, I don't want to do an opening because there's like a thing stuck to it with all my health identification. Should I do a reveal? Inhaler reveal for all my asthma brethren in the ass gang? AKA known as the asthmatic gang? I'm gonna unveil it. I'm gonna cup it in my hands. I'm gonna unveil it like a mukbang. Hang on. He's a feisty little guy. He's fighting in my hands. Okay, can we get a drum roll in chat, please? Can somebody give me a drum roll in the chat? I need one guy give me a drum roll in the chat. Okay. I'm waiting for the drum roll. There it is. There it is. All right, ready? Ready? It's red! I got a red one! Look at that! It's just a little thing. It's so small in my hands. It looks like a fat lighter. It's red. I don't know if I wanted red. It is Pokeball colored. Shake well before use. It's a Poketube. No, that's what this channel is. It's very small. It is smaller than my thumb. I always imagine these being bigger. It's a Pokevape. It goes in your nose. It doesn't go in my butt. Does it say what it is? Albuterol sulfate HFA inhalation aerosol. It's gonna DM me the breakdown. Alright, I'm gonna go put it away. Oh. Make sure you microwave it before use. All right, I won't forget. Does it come with a leaflet? It came with a bright neon green thong. I don't know what to do with that. I didn't get any instructions, so I don't know what that part's for. I can't wrap my head around it. It's to prevent lung spasms during exercise, which makes sense. I'm pretty sure that's 100% what they told me. Pretty sure that's bar for bar what they told me. Put it on your head? Oh. Oh, it's to keep, because the albuterol, or whatever it's called, makes you jittery. So then you put it on your head, it squeezes your head, and that keeps you stable. I see. Hi, Chris. I got a free PS4 last week as I was helping my brother clean out an evicted guy's apartment, and anything there was up for grabs. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Congratulations. Hell yeah. Usually you'd use it before exercising. You can use it for relief. That feels better to me to use it before exercise. Because in my mind, like, I looked at the package and it only mentioned, like, and you can't breathe, you do this. And I was like, well, that seems weird. So, like, mid-game, I'm dying. They take me out of the game. I get embarrassed. I feel like shit. And then I take it and I have to sit for, like, 10 minutes and breathe. That seems really inefficient, and it sounds like my season's going to go really bad. Your hair's taking up 6 area codes right now. Hurtful. We just went over my hair and how it's bothering me, and you're just going to, like, offend me like that? Dude, look at it, just did it again. Did you see that? Did you see that happen? It has a mind of its own. Imagine getting evicted and your PS4 gets taken. That does suck. That does suck really bad. My hair's less blonde now that it's winter. It's starting to get dull again. It's starting to get brunette again. It won't be blonde again until like April, May, June. It's better than bald. Finally, someone says it. It's about time. It's a blood PS4. Usually have a leaflet in the box that has info on how to use it. Oh, I didn't even know what a leaflet meant. I was imagining like a small leaf. Kind of like how like a manlet is a small man. You know what I mean? I'm trying to send you a signal about your hair and how you need to shave a mohawk. I would look insane if I had a mohawk. If I had a mohawk, oh, ew, I'd look like a horse. Sweet, I got 2 leaflets. Maybe. Just call me Dr. Triss at this point. You can't say I'm a genius for remembering something a TV show told me. Call me a doctor now. I watched Dr. Oz twice. Now I have my PhD. Have a good night, Paladin. Thank you for popping by. I said it and I meant it. Yeah, I watched Judge Judy a couple times. I'm a lawyer now. Yeah, you want me to protect you? I saw 3 episodes of Judge Judy. Yeah, you want me to perform surgery on your brain? I watched 2 episodes of Dr. Pimple Popper. I basically have a PhD. Mohawk into rat tail in the back. What if instead of starting at the mohawk, what if we start with like Vegeta Widow's Peak into mohawk? Then I could look like Avatar: The Last Airbender. But with hair. I literally have asthma and I'm so not knowledgeable. Do you want some therapy? I watched 2 seasons of Dr. Phil. You would be an airbender? Would I? I mean, I wouldn't be mad if I was an airbender. Wait, no, I wouldn't be. I have asthma. I don't bend any air, actually. I'm bad at it. I'm telling you, now that I have asthma, I'm making it my entire personality. Every joke from here on out is going to be an asthma joke. From here on forward. You could put more air in your lungs as an airbender. Now I want to be an airbender. Then I could breathe. Forensics? Isn't forensics like detective type beat? You're bending all the air out of your body. Yeah, I think if I was in the Avatar show, I'd be an airbender. You like how chat takes your breath away? Don't say that. I'm like the Avatar, but I could only bend them out my rear. Ew. You should wear a polo shirt and big nerd glasses and slick your hair all the way down to get in touch with your asthmatic roots. Your ruts. I mean, it's not a polo knit, but it is a polo shirt. And these are glasses. And this is now slicked back. I look kind of cool. I'm making asthma cool. Maybe the next step, literally in my life, now that I'm 29 and I have asthma, maybe the next step is to have glasses. Maybe the next step is get poor eyesight. Get blurry vision. And then, therefore, I'd be allowed to buy a house and get married. Glasses are cool. Don't dunk on glasses. I didn't dunk on glasses. You're one pair of braces away from being a Disney movie nerd. Too bad I had perfect teeth and I had never had braces. Too bad. My mom's a dentist. Too bad. I'm sassy tonight. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's because I have asthma. Asthma made me sassy. Sassma. That's why I said one pair, you thumb. That made me think of Thrombo again. I miss him. Basically, you want to become Carl Weezer. Jimmy's mom. My scapula. Here's the thing, I get bloody noses too, so my new thing I think could be go to work Monday, bring in saline for my nose and my inhaler, and pull one of these. Happy Monday, everyone. How's everyone doing? And I could wear the glasses. Does having asthma help with ability to do math? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it correlates. How long are you going tonight, week longs? Probably not a lot longer. We're probably reaching the end of the stream here. Which means we're gonna get the Eevee soon. Force a nosebleed at work when talking to someone and never address it. I don't have to force it. If the room's dry enough, it'll just happen. I've had nosebleeds at work before. I had a nosebleed like 4 days ago, I think. In the shower. Because it was really dry in here overnight. I've had a nosebleed like 2 or 3 times on stream total. Over like almost 3 years. Has it been 3 years? When was my first stream? Like May 2024? I think the first one that happened was like fall 2024 was the first time I had a nosebleed on stream, and then the last time was like over this summer or something. They're gonna send you back to the hospital for a psych eval. I'll stop them. They'll go, that's one muscular dude with asthma. I'll stop them. I feel like tonight I might have a nosebleed. It feels hot and dry in this apartment. Like tonight it's what, like 30 degrees outside? And it feels like it's 80 in here. So it's gotta be dry as hell. The only problem I've ever really had in my life, besides when I got owner tunnel from working too much, the only real problem I've had in my lifetime is nosebleeds. Until this week. Is that the guy we nipple clamped last Thursday? He's back for an eval. They really did hook me up to some alligator clips on the nips and then shock me and call it an EKG. Chris, stop time. Just take out Dialga. I felt so weird about it when the nurse is just like under my sweatshirt that I'm holding up, just sticking like little things around my nipples. And me going, sorry if I smell, I was playing sports. And then I'm saying that I was playing sports, meanwhile my stummy was hanging out like a tongue. That was a weird moment. It was weird. It just feels uncomfortable. Like, it's just like a bunch of wires on top of you. Me being me, I turned to the nurse and I went, I feel like a robot. 29-year-old man. What's the challenge, King? The challenge is Pokemon XD, but I'm only allowed to use shinies. I've been working on the first one for 12 months. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. But, and hopefully this is not a shiny Salamence. It's not. We're gonna get it right here. I would allow a video and fan art. At least you're not me, Chris. They gotta put me in a concave bowl to do any practical work. That's deranged. Did I say it was this one? It's the next one. It's 2490, obviously. We had to get a even number. I can't wait for your child to inherit this challenge. I will never ever do any Smash or Pass type thing. Especially not with Pokemon. I've said that for 2 years. I will stand by that. I won't do it. I refuse. I refuse. Yeah, buddy, you are like a robot, but please stop licking the thermometer. We have to take your temperature. Dude, when I had the nebulizer in, which I still think is the dumbest word in the world, when I had the nebulizer in my mouth was getting so wet, I was like shaking. Not only because it made me jittery, but also because I felt like I was going to drool out of my mouth at any point. I was trying to hold it. I was like, this nurse is a very attractive lady. If she comes back and sees me drooling on myself and saying I can't breathe, it's over. She saw my stomach out and it was bloated and big. It's over if I start drooling on myself. There's a huge difference between those two words. Deep vein thrombosis, it sounds gross. Nebulizer sounds like something the kids would huff to get high, okay? Me, 29-year-old man, I'd tell those kids, get off my property. Get off my lawn. You make it sound like you were a bloated corpse. I basically was. I don't know why. Yesterday I was actually like bloated and weird looking. Today I look fine. You know what it was? It was because for lunch I had a Cubano sandwich and curry fries, which were delicious, but I ate an entire thing of curry fries. Don't be scared of science. I don't like change. 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 It's always bewildering to me how many people just haven't had their blood taken or anything like an EKG. Meanwhile, these are monthly occurrences for me. These were my first for both. I'd never done a blood test because it made me feel nauseous when I'd think about it. And then, like, they just kind of came over and they didn't announce anything or tell me it was going to happen. They just said, all right, we got to get some lab results here. And then they just stuck the needle in my arm and I went, oh, okay, we're doing this. And it was totally fine. It didn't bug me at all. I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot of blood. They stole all of my blood. That's wild. They did do like 9 vials, which I thought was crazy. To me, it seemed like a lot. What they do with it after? They just ran. I don't know. They just disappear, and then an hour later they come back and they go, all right, you can go home. Chris is scared of what he gets when he buys an item for $1.50. It has to use a $5 bill to buy it. What a wimp! Where did that come from? They're cloning you. What if... What if another, like, stream front page on your YouTube homepage, and it was Christian Piché, and it was, like, me with, like, black hair. And you were like, oh, hey, Baldy, new channel, how's the asthma? And he was like, what are you talking about? Nice to meet you, welcome to the stream. First time chatter. What would you do? The doctor removed all my bones and sold them. Don't worry, we get them all back eventually. That's horrifying. My bones are made of glass. My skin is made of paper. Every night I scream myself to sleep. I fall down the stairs. What's the quote? Would you mod him, Chris? I would call the police. It's because you said you were scared of change. Ah, I see. I see. I see the joke. I see the vision. 9 vials meant they only needed 2 vials, but they wanted 7 more to clone you with. So there's going to be 7 new channels on YouTube, I see. And the joke is that channel will do the exact same thing that I do, but they will become successful doing it. It'll blow up and go viral. They'll literally make Pokemon All In, give it the same exact name, and it'll go viral, and they will explode in popularity. Does Metagross have blood? No, but Metagross has urine. Mod your doctor so you can make sure you don't die. That would be good. They asked me, they were like, who's your primary doctor? And I said, I don't know. My doctor retired and I don't know who my doctor is. And then they were like, do you have your insurance card? And I went, nope. I don't think that the people in charge of the payment stuff were very happy with me. Because I was filling it out by myself on this like tablet thing. And then I didn't realize that I had my dad's insurance in from the last time I went like 9 years ago. I was like, oh shit, this is wrong. So I asked the nurse if like someone could come over and fix it so I could put in the right insurance. And she was like, yeah, let me go help you with that. And then I think she got distracted because it was busy. And then like an hour later, the lady in charge of the payments came up and was like, what, why can't you complete it? What's wrong? I was like, I think it has the wrong insurance. I think somebody was supposed to grab it. Can you help me with that? And she was like, it was like a question asking if I had 2 insurances. And she was like, what, you don't know if you have 2 insurances? I was like, no, I need to start over. The information's wrong. I don't want to pay $1 million. I think she was mad at me. I can be your doctor. I've never failed a surgery in my life. Are you 0 for 0? If you've watched Dr. Pimple Popper, you're hired. We just show up like, fix me. Well, I think they wanted me to, what did they want me to do? They wanted me to contact my doctor about something. I don't remember what. Oh well, must not have been important. If you want to pay $1 million, learn to breathe good. If you had 2 insurances, does that mean you have committed dual tax fraud? Perhaps. If they just like went through with the original information, I would have committed fraud. I would have committed insurance fraud, and the lady got mad at me for not wanting to commit insurance fraud. Speaking of someone who works in a business office of a clinic/hospital, they shouldn't be mad. They can literally refile it once they have your insurance. What the heck? Do you not have a follow-up appointment? No. Am I supposed to? They honestly, I think they just wanted me to get out of there because they were really busy. They had me in the hallway. I've dissected a brain. I'm practically a board-qualified surgeon. Can you take out anything in my body that has a gross word? Like, I'm not cool with having an esophagus. That's a pretty gross word. You can get rid of that. Any thrombosis, get rid of that. That's a gross word. You want your spleen out? No, that can stay. That one's not that bad. You need your epiglottis? Not with a name like that, I don't. Get it out of me. I don't want it. Do you think I want to walk around knowing in my brain? You think I can be confident in myself every day? I go to the store, I order a coffee or whatever, and I know in the back of my head I've got a fucking epiglottis. Do you think that would make me feel confident? I look in the mirror and I've got a epiglottis. It's not going to work. Get rid of it. Do you like the word sphincter? Yeah, that one's funny. That one can stay. You want any thrombi? It's called thrombi when it's plural. This is getting worse. You're telling me if I got 6 house elves in my place, and they're all named Thrombo, then I have 6 thrombi. That's what you're telling me? Uvula. Uvula's gotta go. That one's gotta get out of there. No uvula for me. Too gross of a word. Is weenus good? Weenus can stay. Weenus is fine. Look, the taint can't stay because it's attached to the scrotum, and that's a gross word. That one's gotta go. That's gotta get out of there. Cerebrum? Gotta go. Gross word. There are worse ones, but that's one of them. What about that part named after Pikachu? There's a part named after Pikachu in my body? I have Pokemon in my body, is what you're telling me. What about duodenum? That one can stay. That sounds like a fucking... It sounds like a Pikachu variant. Electric rodent. Grundle. I shouldn't laugh at that. That's middle school of me. I think we should have a stream where we Frankenstein monster fight Chris. What's that game? That like surgery board game? Where when you hit the metal with the pokey thing, it makes a beep and the guy's nose glows red? What's the name of that game? Operation. We could do Operation, but you guys control it and it's me. You guys control it in chat, kind of like Twitch plays Pokemon, but it's like it's almost like a prize grabber crane. And you just gotta pull like the hammer out of my chest. You guys just take my kidneys. And I fucking die, but you guys sold my kidneys, so it's a W for chat. You guys get 100 members for the W. Pikachurin, it's a protein in the eye. Well, it's gotta go, because it sounds gross. I'm taking your kidneys. My coworker only has one, and I think she deserves 2. So you're gonna take mine? What are you gonna do if you get the Eevee? I have to get Teddy Ursa. Guaranteed to have to get Teddy Ursa next. I haven't thought the game all the way through because there's a lot of options. I know the ultimate goal is minimum we get 6 Pokemon on our team by the end of the run. Can I have your coccyx? Well, we gotta get rid of that one too. That's just a weird word. Hippocampus can stay. Would you like an accordion spine? Only if there's gross things in my spine. Don't be selfish. Anything about the glabella? Disgusting. Get rid of it. Toenails fine? The word toenail is fine. That one doesn't gross me out because it makes me think of like a nail, like a hammer. There goes your forehead. Good, I got a big one. I don't need it. I got too much forehead. Vertebrae? Nah, that one's not gross. It sounds like salsa verde. Sounds like delicious green verde chili with chicken and corn. You gotta remove the feet entirely. Why? Why do I gotta remove the feet? The pollex? That's fine. That can stay. That one can stay. Suprasternal notch? That's gotta get out of there. No way. You can't walk around with a suprasternal notch. That's disgusting. That's vile. Feet are gross. Weird if you have feet, but feet's a fine word. They're just feet. Sounds like cheese. And those two things are intertwined in a way. Would you chum if somehow Mr. Oni in his plays invited you to Slightly Artistic? I think you would. We're all from Newgrounds. I've been in the same room as Oni and he follows me on Twitter. And I like drawing. How you feeling about the triangular fossa? I think that sounds like something you would revive Aerodactyl with, perhaps. Or more like probably Tyrun. Agnestis is on the back. I don't like that. Is that like when you have back acne? Isn't fossa an animal? I feel like that's something Jar Jar Binks says. Like, Misha Fossa. No, Fossa's the bad guy in The Lion King. Filtrum? Yeah, Filtrum could stay. That one's fine. Proboscis, isn't that on a mosquito? That was kind of funny. The coffee poop animal. What? What about the ween whore? Mufasa's a good one. The Viltrum? Viltrum could stay. Mufasa. Mufasa is like the cow version of the Lion King. I forgot there was Scar. The only one I could think of was Mufasa. Is that Mufasa? Yeah. That's the only name I could think of. And then Simba, because I remember the... Simba. Like, the ones you guys are putting in now, they're not that gross. I'm gonna be real about it. They're not that bad. That one's gross. The Aphigitis. That one's gotta go. Can't have that. We might have to get a shiny Shadowlugia in this run, honestly. Which, sadly, only sparkles. Doesn't look like anything. You made that up? What the heck? It's a Lion King that lives in your ear. I don't want no Lion King in my ear. I don't want that shit. Wait, Kirby Air Rider? Oh, the demo. What about the lymphatic system that makes lymphatic fluid? Get rid of it. Ew. Lymphatic? Ugh. Yuck. Speedrunners beat it with Espeon and Ursaring, but I don't want to do a speedrun of it. That'd be too easy. That'd be too easy. That would be a sad video to watch when all is done. We're on 25. Fuck, we're on 2,500. Can you really pull off the strat for the speedrunning thing? The speedrunning strat is literally just fake tier psychic. That's basically the whole strat. Fake tiers confusion, fake tiers Psybeam, fake tiers psychic. The problem with speedrunning this game is all in the end of the game. That's the hard part. There's like a few, if I remember right, there's like a few scary parts where your run can fall, but it's like likely that you'll still win. And then the final boss of the game is where every run falls apart. Because that one has a move called Shadow End, which, if I remember right, just does like half your health. It's like Super Fang, but it hits both Pokemon. So if you get hit with one of those, you can get like one-shotted. Shadow End is when you fart in the dark. Shadow End is when you wipe your butt with the lights off and there's no windows in the bathroom. What a move called Real Tears do? It would be the same as a Pokédoll. It would just end the battle. It would make the other Pokemon feel guilty. $2501 is an X prime number? Ooh, we could make $100 here. It could happen. Real tears is what your trainer does when they lose and have no money in All In. I love seeing messages about All In the Discord that's like, so, my starter's a Magikarp. Do I give up? You rolled the dice and you got a 1, brother. Real Tears raises the Pokemon's attacks since it knows you're weak and they can jug you. It raises the opposing Pokemon's attack? I think it would depend on the Pokemon. What is the free Kirby at? 1586. We are getting there. You can always do it. You can always win with an ALL. 2503 is the next prime. Alright, we got another chance. I got a pee. I might hold it though, because there's not a lot of stream left. No one know if you pissed yourself? I would know. You would know now. That makes 2 of us. The blue came out. Stream's gonna end. No. Are we streaming until midnight? Perhaps. It's 20 minutes away. I think we can do it. I am dead tired. I feel better though than when I started the stream. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. It was because of the thrombosis, wasn't it? Absolutely not. 100% no. Is blue here? Where is blue? Wait, we should look for some Blue's Clues. Hang on. Hold. Do you see any paw prints? Alright, if we get this one, I get $100, Chad. I need all your energy right now. This is a prime number, and I get $100. And I just spent money to get an x-ray. I could use this. It won't change my life or anything, but I can use it. It's funny. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I'm making the Salamence shiny. It's already happened. Come on, baby. Come on. Show me the shiny.
Here we go.
Show me the shiny. We gotta wait like 2 more minutes. Do you think you would double shiny? Unfortunately, you can't get Metagross, so if that happens, we have a bigger problem on our hands. If that happens, we got something wrong. It would make me worried we can't get a shiny. No green Salamence? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No. Man. You did it. God damn it. That sucks. Alright, hang on. While this cutscene's going, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I got tangled. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh. didn't fart once. Not even once. Not even once, okay? For the record, I didn't even fart once. Also, it's like 20 degrees colder in the other room. That was crazy. It was kind of wild. It's okay to be gassy, buddy. Hey, buddy, everybody poops. I didn't fart, though. What are the odds that I accidentally reset on the shiny Eevee? Why would I even put that in the universe? 10-1. I shouldn't even put that in the universe. Now it's gonna happen. I didn't toot though. There's a good chance you'd reset. I would be really upset if I did. Look, if there's one thing I know, whenever I find a shiny, I'm talking about something weird. Are you winning? Yes. Yes, most definitely I am. Watch me win right now. Welcome to the stream. If you roll a shiny on Prime number and I'm not in chat, DM me on Discord. I'll hold up our deal. If I remember, I will. But all good. Have you seen the Jersey Mike's ad where Danny DeVito throws hands with Eli Manning? I don't know. I remember seeing Danny DeVito in a Jersey Mike's ad, but I don't remember what was in the ad. I don't watch much TV, for the record. My one of my friends on a call today at work was like, "Oh, did you catch the Patriots game?" And I was like, "I just told you I was in the hospital." And she was like, "Yeah, that's no excuse." I was like, "I don't even watch TV. What do you? How do you get motivation to do things?" What I like to do is, I remember my contract I have with the devil and that I have to do things. And that I sold parts of my soul, and if I don't want to lose all of my soul, then I have to do things. Did you catch the Patriots? I showed Scrandle to my coworkers and they got grossed out. In fact, I want to make sure nothing like doxing me shows up in this photo. I hope it comes up and it doesn't dox anything. Okay. You can actually see I got a candid photo of me just staring at Scrandle in the office. Looking at like the pizza hot dog and the french fries. The caption of that photo put in a text to the other coworkers was, "Chris is making me play a weird game, SOS." And the next person wrote, "Is it called Smash or Pass?" And it's me like staring at a pizza hot dog like. Chris scares me as a human. No, I'm normal. I'm getting sleepy, Mr. Piché. That sounds like when Thanos snapped his fingers, but you just got sleepy instead of turning into dust. Oh, Mr. Piché, I don't feel so awake. No. No. How many resets will it take before you just say no more and call this off? I am so stubborn is the problem. Feebas Friday was much more torturous than this. I like to think that XD Shinies Only in its current state is a good stream to fall on when I don't know what to do. This is basically, if you see me pull out Pokemon XD Shinies Only on a Friday, I didn't have any good ideas. What is Scrandle? It's like Wordle. It's not even like Wordle. Scran apparently is like food you would eat in Europe at a soccer game. And Scrandle is a game where you can like hot or not the food. Ultrasun was more engaging than this. Ultrasun was painful though. That one was very painful. That one was quite rough. Did I hear we're doing Feebast Friday again? You heard wrong. I feel like this will definitely pick up once we get a couple shinies, but this has been slow to start. This has been very slow to start. Remember when you killed me deliberately and hatefully in Ultrasun? I think you've been Mandela affected, actually. I think, false. I think you've been Mandela affected. I think we all remember that, but it didn't happen. You think it'll pick up when you can actually play the game? It will! When we only have Eevee and Teddy Ursa, and I don't know the speedrunning strats, things will get interesting. That was crazy when I caught a Mariomon, like a capture, named it Saul, stumbled into something, it dies immediately. Then the next capture, we're like, all right, we'll give one back to Saul because we feel bad. And then that one just dies immediately too. Just because I wasn't thinking. I wasn't like out of spite or anything either. It was just I wasn't thinking. I just wasn't paying attention. Remember when you made me eat a shower curtain? Also a Mandela effect. Also a Mandela effect. We all remember it, but didn't happen. Chris is the kiss of death. Am I the bad guy because I like to look at chat and joke around when we're streaming? Does that make me the bad guy? You want to know how I killed these Mariomon? The Chris of death. Yes. I'll never look at chat again. It's like you're not even here. I can't help it. I just looked over without even trying. You're the villain? Pay attention to me. Remember the funny and good flower in the one MAGM stream? I do remember, actually. It was the one where we jumped around on the books and stuff and had to fight Mew. I remember. Let's talk about him behind his back. But my back is facing that way and you guys are there. It's like above my back. Remember I had a very long streak in streams where I first joined for getting terrible mons named after me? The terrible Magmar Smeargle. I do remember the Smeargle that we all thought was going to be the GOAT and it actually fucking sucked. Let's talk about him over his back. Funny bun. Who died? Who stopped chatting? Who disappeared from chat? You died. Imagine I click it and then I slam my head down on my keyboard and I never get back up. And it's like instant. Like the second I click it, my pupils turn white. We're a figment of your imagination. I don't want Windows 12. There's been a lot of useless mods we've picked up in like Nuzlocke and stuff. Who inherits the channel? One of my clones they produced in the lab. One of the 7 clones they produced with my blood last night. I was a Beedrill that died in the fighting gym and then got stuck in daycare purgatory with Triz. That's true. That is true. That is, in fact, facts. The best system we had was Feebas Friday because it would automatically put in names based on what people sent. So it was like none of the work for me. And then if you did something good, you probably made the team. Why would they want to clone a man with weak lungs? I think they're gonna cut that part out and remove the funny button too. I think I'd be really funny, right? If there was a like absurd ball count redeemed to make Chris's PC fart and explode like that one stream. That was crazy, by the way. That was... I don't even know why that happened to this day. I have no clue why I decided to do that. To this day. I thought, like, that was the end of my computer. I thought my computer literally just gave out when it just, like, made a fart noise 1,000 times in a row. Figured out so we could do it again? I really don't know. I really don't know why my computer was acting up. Maybe it had something to do with crowd control, because crowd control was a lot buggier back then. Like, I feel like I have way less issues with crowd control now, but back then I would have to, like, re-download it all the time and reinstall it. And it was like, it would disconnect during the stream, and, you know. I think it had to do with that. Like, it started making my computer freak out when people were using it. And then maybe like I hit the fart button once and it didn't play or something.
Congrats to Chris catching Shiny Eevee in next 19.
Thank you! Thank you for the 19 months. I hope that means 19 resets and not 19 more months. I think maybe I clicked the fart button though. It didn't track it, and maybe it was like locked on like holding it down or something when it wasn't supposed to. And then, like, after everything kind of buffered, it tried to do it, and then everything froze up because it was trying to play, like, 1,000 at once. It means 19 months. No, it's certainly 19 resets. Certainly 19. 25, 30. Use that version of crowd control. I don't know if it exists anymore. Your computer turning into a fucking dinosaur was kind of good too. Which one was that? Which one was the dinosaur one? Was that when we tried to play the dinosaur game and everything freaked out? I couldn't see chat and I couldn't get to OBS. I swear, like, people have technical problems on streams, but it's usually just the annoying ones, like the audio isn't working or their camera turned off. And then I have a problem on stream, and it's like my computer is red hot and melting my desk. And I can't, everything goes blank. Is you trying to do a jump scare notification, but it was 1,000 degrees too hot. I don't know if I remember that. We need a computer doctor. Does anyone watch Dr. Pimple Popper in chat? Alright, we're gonna go till midnight. Once we hit midnight, we can say happy birthday to the Ron. And then we can call it. I have... Your first stream was Oblivion, and Oblivion had problems too. Oblivion ran at like 2 frames per second. That stream was not good. That stream did not run. It sucks too because when I was playing... Like, the game didn't run great, but it ran better than what you guys saw when I watched back on the VOD. And what I saw when I was making, like, the character was really funny for me and, like, extremely choppy for you. So I have no idea if it was very funny for you guys. Is the run old enough to vote now? It's getting there. It feels like New Year's Eve. There's new content and fan art? That's horrifying. It was the remake! It wasn't the one from 2000. I mean, it is the one from 2000, but it was remade. It was remastered. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. My brain's starting to not work. I can afford a new PC. It's just kind of a pain. Because I'd have to, like, reset up all of the stuff that I've built for OBS. Yeah, go fund me for a new Piché. You think it's shiny locked? Thankfully, we got rid of the shiny lock. Eevee normally is not shiny locked, but we got rid of the shiny lock by editing the code. And, In addition, we found a shiny Salamence at the beginning, so we know that they're shinies and it's not broken. Catch a Metagross and use it as a PC. A remaster bait? What are you going for with that one, man? What are you going for with that one? No, good news is it's not shiny luck. Bad news is I have really bad luck. It's 12! We've been doing this officially for a year! Let's go! We need to do a stream where we build a Chris, we Borg out Chris with some chrome and make him go cyber psycho in a Walmart. Surely I'm a sleeper cell and I just haven't been activated with the right word yet. Surely someone says the right word in chat and I get up and walk out the door and who knows what happens after that. Surely Temple. Remembers his Constrict run? I feel like that run changed me a lot. That one was crazy. The end of that one specifically. The odds were so low of winning that. It was doable, but the odds of it going just right was so low. It's amazing we got that in like 2 streams. A 1 in 4? Yeah, and I should probably hit the 1 in 4. Alright, I will do... Let's make this one the last try of the evening, chat. Let's do last try of the evening, and then I'll take a peek at fan art. And you know what? Just for the last try of the evening... Let's get a good name, okay? Give me the best name you can possibly think of. If you knew this was going to be the official one, and it was going to be tied to this name forever, what do you think that would be in chat? It's not Thrombo. Why are we getting more than one Thrombo? Derek. Asthma. Jorkin. These are brutal. Thrombo or bust? Alright, I guess I have to do bust. How do we get like a few different people saying Jorkin? Do you think that makes a whole new meaning on Jorgen von Strangle? Peikel? Kyle. What about Kyle? Kyle's actually kind of fire. Klyle, Elbow, Pickles, Asthma, Yurkin. Name him Scubbert. This is a tough choice. You guys are making this hard. You guys are making this hard. We're gonna do Asthma. We're gonna lock in Asthma. We're gonna make Asthma cool again. We're gonna make Asthma cool again. Unfortunately, you can't... I don't think you can get Wheezing in this game. Again? Yeah, it was cool, and then they came out with Lord of the Flies, and they called it Asmar, and then it got ruined. Okay? That's the lore. And now I have asthma, and now it's gonna get cool again. Thrombo would have given you the shiny. We already tried this. It didn't work. Ra, have a good rest of your night. Thank you for coming by the stream. Okay, give in because we don't have to battle. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. It was not tonight. Obtained by Asma's dad is crazy, by the way. Am I Asma's dad? Let me lock in this number so we don't lose it. Oh, I didn't have my timer up. Huh, how long have we been streaming? About 4 hours? We're gonna have to add 4 hours roughly to the previous timer. It's alright. Alright, well, we can take a look at fan art then, I suppose, and hopefully it doesn't scar me for life. But we'll see. You've been streaming for 4 hours and 6 minutes. I think I didn't start the run for like 15-20 minutes, though. What do we have here? What the fuck is this? I thought these were the dots from like the editor, like the move tool on the lungs. Asthma Man is insane. Am I farting? Is this coming out of my ass? Are you sure it's not bugged? The game? Nah. Nah. What is this? What is this?
Are you using your inhaler?
All the time. Go through one a week.
You sure you're using it right?
Do I look like an idiot?
No. Why don't you show me how your inhaler works?
I haven't even used it yet, man. This is true. Wait, this is good. This is a good one. This is a good one. And my body is tea. Okay? Facts. This is I like this with my hat on. It feels like a Tyler the Creator album art. What is this? Why is there a chicken? Why the hell is there a chicken? This picture makes me feel like I'm on drugs. What is this? Looks like my basketball coach. It's your Midwest emo album cover. It's you. What is this from? What stream is this from? I have like the full beard going. Maybe I should go back to the beard for the one time. Oh, that's deranged. Is your basketball coach not your father? No, he runs it. He runs the gym. So he hires the staff like the refs and the people to do the books and the clock, or he does it if they're not available. But he's not involved in the game itself. Mega Malamar looking head. It makes me think of this one specific picture I took. We were watching, I don't think I have it. There's no world I have this on my phone still. We're watching like Hell's Kitchen, I think, and we took a picture of one of the chefs because he looked like a goofball, and I angled my phone to the TV so his head would get enormous. There's no way I have this photo, right? It's probably not even worth digging for. But now it's gonna bug me. It was this year. There's no shot, right? There's no shot. Is there? Wait, is there a shot? Wait, is there a shot? Is there a shot? I'm spending so much time looking for this stupid photo. Is it worth it? No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Can you get scissors and cut off that one bit of hair? Absolutely not, because then I'd have like a weird hairline that's like this. I can't even do it because I have a hairline. I would go like near. All right, chat. I'm starting to lose thought processes, like the ability to do that in my head. If that even makes sense. So I think it's time to wrap up the stream. That being said, we should be good to go for Tuesday, assuming I don't die from asthma. I think we're going to start doing Raft on Tuesdays, to be honest with you. I want to label this Taft Tuesday and put up a big picture of our beloved President William Taft, who got stuck in a bathtub. I don't know how Kush feels about that. But good chance that we'll do Taft Tuesday. Wednesday, probably good too. Friday, probably good too. Should be a pretty normal week overall, as long as I don't die from asthma. Thank you for coming by tonight's stream. Patrons, we're probably going to do our Patreon stream a week from tomorrow. I think there's a poll. I can't remember. I haven't looked through the Discord much recently. Maybe there is. I don't know. But that's going to be it for tonight. So thank you for coming by the stream. I will see you guys Tuesday if you're here. Bye-bye. If you die, can you record it? Yeah, I got you. I wanted to do, so badly, I wanted to do one of those, like, I lived bitch photos. But I had a nebulizer in my, whatever it's called, in my mouth, and I thought that was lame. And then the only interesting thing that I could have gotten a photo of for, like, a picture like that was me getting my blood drawn, but the nurse was doing it. So that would have, what a douchebag I would be if I was like, hang on, can you hold that pose? I gotta send this photo to my fans. What a douchebag. So I did not do that. What could possibly make you not want to look at the Discord? I'm just busy. I love the Discord. No, there was no world I was going to put a picture of me with nipple clamps on the stream. I'm not wearing nipple clamps right now. Should've just told her you're Mr. Beast. Hey, I'm Mr. Beast. Do you want to win the opportunity to get $200,000? All you have to do is fill my car up with gas for a whole year. And I promise I'll give you the $200,000. I visited my parents on Sunday, and they wanted to watch SNL. I was like, all right. And they put it on, and it was all TikTok and Mr. Beast jokes. And I had to explain all of the jokes and who Mr. Beast is to my parents. And it was really weird. Which seems like a bad choice by SNL, because I'm pretty sure it's people over like 40 who watch that. I don't think there's many young people who watch SNL. There's stuff in mod chat when you get a chance. I'll take a peek. No, I think when I was a kid, I liked The Lonely Island as a kid. So I enjoyed SNL back then when I was like in middle school. Because I think the idea of The Lonely Island was kind of a new concept. But I have not found SNL really funny since then. I think the idea of SNL, like giving them a week to meet with the guest star and write jokes and get together the set and all the costumes, I think that's way too short of a time. Like, you have to be John Mulaney on cocaine if you want even to try to get that done. That's too much. I think that's why it's not that funny. Give me something in 3D print and Voices of the Void. It could be anything. You should do a gigantic hulking slug. And put a Moogle from Final Fantasy riding it. And give it a cowboy hat. South Park is like, it's crazy that they're able to make some of the jokes they make in the amount of time that they have. It is quite crazy. I think the benefit with South Park, A, it's a simple animation style, but B, I think they kind of focus on one or two main jokes and build off of that. Whereas SNL is trying to make like 90 jokes that are all separate from each other and don't have anything in common. And I think there's skits that they write on SNL that get written like way before they ever go live. But I think because they're topical too, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen the week of. Thank you for the good luck. Unfortunately, it's the end of the stream, though. I will need the good luck, though, to finish this hunt. Maybe the asthma was the mold we found in the bathroom along the way. It could be. I have a theory that the old building I work in is full of mold, and nobody believes me. And I've been saying it forever. Alright, fellas. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the good luck. Bye-bye, everybody. I'm gonna breathe better next time.